Hello, hello! It me, Bodhi T, your local magical abomination, and we are here for yet more Roadwarden. Last time, the things that happened in that game were so horrifying they don't deem being repeated. But essentially, I died. I died a horrible, gruesome death. And then I finished the game. And my ending reward for finishing the game was a horrible, gruesome death as a bum on the road, alone, with everything to my name confiscated. So now, we are going to try a new run today. And we are going to try to get a slightly better ending than the one we initially got, because I feel like that was pitiful, and the game has been destroying me throughout the entire run, and I feel like that ending was the final nail in my coffin. But like the great zombies and doulahans of ancient lore, I shall rise again and make something of myself. Yes. Yesterday, with regards to the 1.0, I did some messing about with Blender shaders because I am absolutely terrified of having to actually texture the thing now that the model's done, because UV unwrapping and that entire jambalaya is an absolute nightmare, and it terrifies me, so I'm sort of procrastinating by messing around with various different shader configurations, but I finally managed to get over that fear, and yesterday I managed to color it in the most basic coloring schemes, and I am still struggling with the colors on some things, but it is progressing, and it is coming along, texture-wise, that is. The model is complete after all. Are there some things... there might be some things in the future that I need to also technically model, but for now, I am trying to focus on texturing the thing, and hopefully I will bother with Blender shaders after the initial texturing is done. I still need to figure out how metal looks in pixel art. So that is where I am in the long journey to have a body. The Bodhi body. But... beautiful hydration. Enough about that. We are roadwardening. I have so many things to press that I keep pressing the wrong things. There we go. Transition. Hello. Yes. Right. Video game. Some communities distinguish tameable animals from dangerous beasts, while others see them all as wild monsters or dark creatures, the enemies of our kind, our ilk. Continue button. There is nothing to continue to. Oh, how terrifying. Right. Everyone knows to stay away from the wilderness. Most people would never risk such a lonely journey. Roadwardens not only accept the struggle, they embrace it. They deliver messages, assist merchants, burn human corpses, and if possible, get rid of beasts and highwaymen. They live on the road, die young, or retire early. It's a dangerous job, but a respectable one, and it pays well. I leave the safety of the city walls. Ooh. For returning Roadwardens. Oh. Switch to advanced options? This choice can't be altered later on. Bonus healing potion at start. Coins at start. Skip the prologue tutorial. 30-day limit, increased nighttime damage. How about we do custom? So, 40 days, and no nighttime damage. Easier quest, no. Skip the prologue, yes. Bonus healing potion. I don't think I will be needing that, but these are the settings that I think are fine. Yes. Actually, Restrictive is kind of looking appealing right now. If I try really, really hard, maybe I'll be able to pull it off. Yeah, let's try. Restrictive! Hopefully it skips the tutorial. Folks call you by... Bodingus. The ultimate warrior. My own judgment? I used to be a mighty mage. Help people make this place safer. Your horse is called... I discussed this last time. There we go. That is a true name for a horse. And you... care about them deeply. While talking to Tulia... I should turn those off eventually, but oh well. We helped each other and I asked her about everything I could. Well, considering the fact that this is something that they ask you because that was a tutorial. Yeah, I'd probably try to be as thorough as possible. Once you faced griffins, I would definitely cast a light spell on them, because I'm a wizard now. Kit Kat is peaceful as you stroke its mane. Maybe it can't help you choose a path, but you've spent many years together, happy to go on. It takes a couple of steps forward. You spot a few berry shrubs and wild cabbages, but they still need at least 2 weeks to gain maturity. Ooh, bully. Now I have Numa. You can use your magical amulets to cast minor spells. Delightful. Oh yeah, I still have my notes. While I'm here, I want to help people, make this region safer for the locals and newcomers alike. Find the Roadwarden. Before I became the Roadwarden of this peninsula, a man known as Asterion used to patrol these roads. If I manage to find out what happened to him, and bring the news to Tulia from the southern camp, I'll receive his abandoned belongings. We are ready to go. Alright, well, due to my very intricate knowledge of the goings-on around this place, I know exactly where to go. And now I'm pondering exactly where to go. Well, I mean, I do need the inn. How much money do I have? 5 coins to my name? Yes. A simple battle axe. Magic is unreliable, so you've spent a sack of coins to collect a couple of enhancing amulets. They help you focus your Numa in ways that you don't quite understand. That's me to a T. Alright. Time to go. There it is. Kit Kat trots with ease, unbothered by the few branches covering the beaten road. You notice a stone tower taller than the trees. That must have been the inn. Yes, it is. Time to go to the inn. Inns like this one fit the regions traveled by merchants, but you wouldn't expect a place of this size in a forsaken peninsula. The stone and lumber must have been transported from far away, and the workers, guarded by expensive mercenaries, surely lived for many seasons in a primitive hamlet subsisting on salted supplies. There are seemingly no cracks in the wall, and the building was whitewashed only a few years back. The road is wide and beaten. Haha, I approach. A woman in yellow armor leans forward. She has long, curly, disorderly red hair. Asterian sibling? Every ginger is related to Asterian in some way or another. There's still a fair distance between the two of you, but she speaks loudly. I hadn't seen a horse for years now. I just said that it's weird to see such a large jackass. Her voice is young and strong with an accent that reminds you of the villagers spread around Hovleven. Ah yes, the classic everything can be related back to Hovleven. But no jackass would wear a saddle, I'd say. She exchanges a few words with a male guard wearing green, giving you time to move closer. Well, this one here says, there really are donkey saddles. Say, traveler, how hard is it to ride a horse? Some days it's so rough on me. Do you want my horse? It's easy to learn the basics, but it's tiring. You're trading different muscles than those for combat. You don't say. She gestures for the other soldier to take care of the gate. What sort of muscles? You climb down, staying concise and to the point. You point at your back, hips, and thighs, and speak about the training routine that a rider follows to stay in the saddle for more than 2 days. As you enter the yard, the woman also uses a ladder to get off the wall, then leads you under the roof where your palfrey can rest. Tethered with a cord to a wooden post near some old hay. Once you're ready to go inside, speak with our boots, she says, with a shadow of a smile. Yes, time. There are many travelers around. The other guards take care of various chores. They peek at your mount. Every now and then, as they're splitting firewood, cleansing their clothes of the stink of the fog, weeding the garden patches and moving chairs. 2 of them are making a rope. You head towards the inn, hearing the piercing scream of a boar from the other side of the yard. I gently open the door. New shelter unlocked. A beautiful muscular man. I recall this from 12 streams ago. Haha. You're lucky to show up. His voice is deep and soft, with a city-like accent. He observes you with keen attention, yet avoids your eyes. I have a keg of decent ale, wormwood, bog myrtle, juniper berries, cat's foot. He fills a mug carefully and puts it on the countertop. It's going to spoil soon today, maybe, and we don't drink here before the evening. I hate to see that good stuff going to waste. His dark skin, almost purple, rare even among the southern tribes, and his hair is naturally bluish. His clothes are quite fancy for manual labor. The elegant tunic wouldn't stand out in the city square. I stand at the counter. Could swear that the innkeeper made little to no noise. Here you go. He pushes the mug forward. But just so you know, my pelt of the north doesn't belong to Hovleven. I can sleep on the floor if you wish to, but if you want a bed or a meal, you have to pay. We may have some leftovers from dinner, but I'll need to check. Delightful. I'm a roadwarden. I'm looking for answers. Use a joke or a witty comment. I'm a horrible, disgusting pauper of a roadwarden. I'd never refuse a free drink. I'm going to try to be witty. Happy to help as a roadwarden. I'm more than capable of taking care of an entire cask if you need me to. Haha. He is not one for jovial jests, it would appear. He sighs, grabs a wet cloth, and starts to wipe down the shelves. From time to time, your conversation is interrupted by the splashes of dirty water in a wooden bucket. You're already making me regret this, he speaks slowly, yet audibly. What do you want? I drink the ale. The dark room and wooden walls of the mug make the liquid look as brown as a chestnut. The lean spring hits your nose, and the first sip is even too complex, too flowery, while the brewer has used fancy ingredients. The exotic licorice ruins the aftertaste. Now you know why there's so much left. Maybe it takes an acquired taste. I was hoping to see someone willing to patrol the roads. Maybe it'll help me with a worrying thought I have, which is... There are brigands in the woods. Our place is a stronghold, so I'm not afraid of an open strike, but they've gotten more active in the last 2 years. One day, they may steal our furs. I've no doubt they're the reason why merchants come here only once. Having bandits around gets expensive. Oh yes, I did not deal with the Glossius band situation. He rubs his hands together, camouflaging his paws. I want you to reach Howler's Dell, northwest of here. It's the larger settlement around. I'm sure you'll get there sooner or later. Ask Thais, the mayor, about Glossia, that bloodthirsty wolf of a woman. I've heard rumors about a raid in the north. If Glossia is ready to break the truce with the locals, I'm willing to join forces with them to get rid of her band. He looks at a nearby dragon bone. Not too difficult, right? Just do it when you have the chance. A couple of days won't make much of a difference. I'll pay you 2 coins when you get back with the news. Fine. 3. He observes you for a moment. 2. He growls. Already messing everything up. Right. I am on it. So I guess since I already have a quest and I have absolutely no time to spare, might as well immediately get onto it. I was originally thinking that I was going to go and deal with the Eastern Road and deal with everything relating to Eudocia. However, now that I actually know what's going on and I know where Howler's Dell is, I will actually go there immediately. I'm looking for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. Are you now? He goes to the table and invites you to sit down with him. I don't think I'm going to be of much help. But I want you to find him, so... Asterion and I made a risky deal. Well, a very promising one. Last time he was here, he took 50 coins. Oh my god. My half of the investment. And he knocks on the table with a fist anxiously. If you get my coin, or at least find out what happened to the guy, I'll make sure you won't be disappointed after bringing me the news. Could it be that Asterion stole the coins and ran away? He looks at a window and starts to play with a shutter. I just think Asterion ain't the kind of soul that would do such a thing. For him, it wasn't much of a fortune, and I'd risk saying he had earned my trust. Not only mine, you know. It's easy for a Roadwarden to make connections. Oh, you don't say. Really? Easy? Making connections, being able to influence people. Over the course of 40 days, I managed to achieve half of... oh, don't even wonder. That was a previous life. I'm a changed man now. I'm a wizard now. He rubs the table with his thumb as if trying to clean an invisible stain. I've asked travelers. I've sent a couple of my pals to find him. No real news. I know he stayed in White Marshes for a day and was meant to do something for people there. It's a village in the northwest. Just stay on the main road until you reach the bogs, then enter them. You may get there before dusk. So let me know once you find anything, and we may yet return to this whole investment thing. Right. What can you tell me about the peninsula? Ha. I nod. Ha. Northern coast. That is all I need. Expect to find this place such Is there a good story? It's purple. It's surprising to find a purple-skinned man so far, then. Might as well exhaust all the dialogue. I ain't seen a soul looking like this since Mama died, he shrugs. It's not a fascinating tale. Let's just say I wasn't part of the invasion, yet I'm glad it freed all those who were chained by the cities and their corsairs. I'm Iason, by the way, but I rarely hear the name. Oh, I'm getting friendly with the guy. I could eat something. Do you have any leftovers? Oh, he does. Yes, I feed them to our boar. I won't give anything away from nothing. The hook is not made of metal or wood. It's a... Half an hour, that's quite a lot for beggar picking. Sure. I'll go right away. Probably should have read... Probably should have read that one. Should go outside and forage for berries. I gather the berries and go back in the inn. Okay. I put his fruits. Excellent. Thank you. Oh yeah, the hook. Here you go. Any rumors? He doesn't trust me enough to share any gossip. That's all I need. I approach the guards. The woman in yellow armor is kneeling down next to a brown hairy boar. So, the new Roadwarden. Oh yeah, I have coins. Let's try my luck. I blend in with the group. Yada yada yada. Let's see how lucky I am. As lucky as I was in the previous life. Have you ever been to the heart of the woods? There are too many worms even larger than a water leech. Oh, fair enough. Tell me about yourself. Oh, what was that? After a brief giggle, her voice gets... I went through this dialogue on the 30th day. My last playthrough was not good. I was foraging for berries, she chuckles. So I've heard, don't worry about it. Usually we forage by ourselves, but he wouldn't ask you for a dragon for a meal. He gives small jobs to people all the time, just to see who agrees to them. Wants to judge who's of use and who's too proud for their own good. I have some questions about this place. What do you usually hunt for? Anything we can eat or sell, you pillock. Very fine north from here. I don't really go to those regions. Howler do, old Pagos. Any interesting creatures living nearby? Ha! Here! Everything lives here. She flips her hair. I swear, we saw a few dragons, a unicorn family, a battle between trolls and goblins. Faced 2 beastmen, oh! And a gargoyle. And a hunting queen. Whoa. Okay. Have you heard anything about the necromancers? Something new. Her voice lowers to a whisper. I've never been to White Marshes, but over the years we've seen people moving away from there south. They told us that the place has changed too much, and priests died, I think, and the new one awakens the dead. Sorry, Roadwarden, that's all I know. That's an unusual tower. Like Hovleven, fair. But it ain't here to protect the gate. This stronghold was built before we moved in, and not to fight off humans. The tower was meant to be used by those who observe the deep forest. We look out for fires, dragons, and any winged creatures that are looking to roost on the roof. Baldy. She nods towards a man who indeed is completely bald. Has a grey eye and sees even in the darkness. Your group seems to be quite attached to this boar. How could you not be? She crouches and raises the boar's head, but it steps away and squeals as if somebody's murdering it. It came with us from the city just in case. We had no clue how our first winter would go, so we needed some backup meat. And it works too, cleans the dirt. She reaches out to the beast again and it trots away. The woman straightens up with a pleased sigh. I haven't needed to eat it so far, but it's also funny. I learned in my home village that the farm boars are getting a bit smaller and more cuddly. A kind of like ibexes. So it's not such a wild, dangerous beast. But we don't let it get close to other animals or children. Right. I'm looking for knowledge about wild creatures. Well, I told you our knowledge is valuable. I don't know. She looks at the boar, which seems to be obsessed with a clump of grass growing next to a wall. 15 dragons, no less. Any discount for friends? Well, depending on the friend, she gives you a radiant smile. Let's say 15. If it's too much for you, maybe ask after you spend some time around. Show us what you're capable of, or play dice with us when you have an hour to spare. The folks here, she starts to whisper and points with her thumb to the guards behind. They crave gossip. Alright, I'll walk away. To the armorer. Greetings, armorer. Could you fix my clothes? Learning the trade? Yada yada, the man nods, yes. Right, I go to the well. I won't get any cleaner here, fair enough. Right, time to travel. This time I'm going to skip the ruins entirely. The road uphill meanders, slowing you down and forcing you to pay close attention not only to the shadows of the trees, but also to the tight, rocky passages. You can't help but notice a few caves and find ambush spots. Keep an eye out. Right, this place. Time to... Oh. Wait. Standing in front of the gate, you hear no voices, no tools at work, no steps, dozens of birds living among the collapsed roofs. They're fluttering. I approached a building... Yes, I approached a building near the field. The broken logs, the smell is awful, and there are no reasons to stay for long. You see no furniture. I move forward. Can I... Nope. I need to get out of here. I need to travel west. Explore the southwest part of the village. You see no beasts, it's quite large. You picked up a fish trap. You feel a slight aching in your stomach. I return to the southern gate. Take a... move forward. You feel a slight aching in your stomach. Explore the northwest, yes. Go somewhere else quietly. I want to look around the northern gate. The paths have almost been reclaimed by grasses. To your east and west you see shadowy allies behind damaged buildings, while the path south leads to the main square. I want to open the gate. You should take a look at the other side to be sure it's even possible, especially since it may take a couple of hours without proper tools. Fine. I approach the nearby tree. You don't find anything worth picking. Go somewhere else. Gah. I don't know why that happens, but it's... Ugh, right. To the southeast. Won't be difficult to find a use for it. Yes, a quarrel. I have to remain strong. I have to push through the illness. Death. I straighten up. I need to see what's on the other side of the northern gate. Northeast. There we go. Spot fresh human footprints. Yes, I do, because there's a fresh human in here. Go to the northern gate. Want to open the gate. How do I go to the other side? Go to the... return to the southern gate. Inspect the pasture. There we go. Inspect the fields. You're surrounded by what looks like a field plowed late in autumn. Can use one of my amulets to sense if there's Numa buried in this place. Sure, I could do that. It would help to cleanse this place. You unpack the wooden spheres, pleasantly smooth and light. The entire set fits in the palm of your hand. You place them in various spots, marking their positions by sticking a branch in the soil. All you can do is wait, so you brush Kit Kat for a bit and make sure the saddle doesn't bother it. When you return to gather your amulets, all of them are much warmer than your skin. The entire field is corrupted, though seeing how they are already some plants growing from it, the spell is fading away. The curse is most likely as old as the last harvest. I walk away. I have to remain strong. I'm dying. I'm already dying. Inspect the pasture. Turn to the main road. The palisade in the west. Shouldn't enter the forest, especially not its... Ugh. Inspect the clearing in the west. There we go. I leave the clearing. Can I? Nope, not allowed. I go to the road leading north from the village, yes. You're at the closed northern gate. The neglected road is partially overgrown. You hear a river in the east, separated by a lush meadow, filled with creeks and rodents. I want to open the gate and collect the tools and get to work. And take off your cloak and put away your bags and satchels while Kit Kat grazes gladly in the meadow. After looking at the pile of dirt, you let out a sigh. Right, from now on, passing through this place will take you less time. Good. Good. I head to the river. There we go. You see a quenching family of boars, some of them brown, some of them black. I remember reading this. You suddenly realize there's something else buried among the kelp. A rusty sickle sticking out from the ground, a couple of stone axes and hoes. The wooden handles and a large wagon are covered with moss, but you recognize their shapes. I turn back. I consider washing myself. Yes, please, wash me. Right. And the cleanliness. Sure, actually. Right. Fish. Can I... Yes, there we go. You enter the wetlands. The danger with teeth and claws is hidden below the water surface. I stay away from the banks. Ah, yes, the mighty tree. This plant shouldn't be alive, but without leaves, it doesn't resemble the other trees of the wetlands. It's something else. Yes. The oracle tree, or whatever it's called. Kit Kat is peacefully observing the dark grass and slapping flies with its tail. Whatever it is that you feel in the air, it's clear that your companion sees this place through very different eyes. Go ahead, I'll look around for the moment. I look at the water and take a closer look at the roots. What do I do with it? Can I sense the roots? I cannot examine the roots. Can I touch the roots? The root is moist, soft, and weirdly warm. You can use your magical amulets to cast minor spells. I cannot pneuma the amulet. Spell? Cast. Nope. Taste the tree? No, cannot taste the tree. So far, I think I've managed to accomplish a lot in one day, so... What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What can I do? Bark at the tree. Nope. Amulet? No. Alright. Fine, fair enough. Approach the altar. You can use an amulet to detect if there's any magic hidden in the altar. Well, I don't need to do that because I have previous experience which is helping me play this game in a more effective and... what's the word I'm looking for? Optimal way. Efficient, that was the word I was actually looking for. Efficient. Efficiency, thy name be... Bodingus. Aha. There's clumped dirt and... Oh, hello, Suakal. Thank you for stopping by. Right, I'll walk away. Time to keep going. Up. There it is. You slow down. Among the shrubs, a small pack of dragonlings is feasting on the carcass of a grey auroch. One of them, with red feathers on its arm, straightens up and gives you a curious glance. Its head tilts left and right, forward and back. It screeches at you, but doesn't move forward, and returns to its meal. You wonder what would happen if you were on foot. Would they let you be, satisfied with their prey, or would they run after you? But if so, for what reason? For now, you have enough space to move forward and yet stay safe. Right. Move to the village. To the beautiful town. The beaten road serves your palfrey well. The forest to your left becomes sparse and brighter, and there are dozens of human-made paths among the fruit-bearing trees. On your right, there's a large pasture with at least a dozen massive mouflons. 2 of them, already sheared, look comically small. Yada deedly yada ha. Finally, I can rest here. A young man is leaning against the closed gate, covered by its shadow. He's young, tanned, and has a short, elegantly trimmed red beard. Oh, thank you for the follow, 1819. Very nice. He moves into the light and takes on the posture of a disciplined soldier, not a mercenary. He's standing upright with his chin up. There are 2 weapons on the ground, leaning on the wooden beams of the gate, an axe made of steel and a wooden club. He doesn't reach for either. You dismount smoothly, still having some vigor left. Kit Kat holds its tail high. A narrow path leads north towards 2 field workers, one with a hoe and one with a pitchfork. They wave at you. Can't see their faces, but their clothes are simple. I wave back. They talk for a bit, looking towards you and pointing at your mount, then walk away. Yada yada yada. I'm Bodingus. This is Kit Kat, and helps me patrol the roads. Pet its side if you want. I'm Bodingus. Hello. That city folk, eh? The mayor is busy, but I'll talk to her. Give us a moment, I'll let you in. He knocks at the gate, which is then pulled inwards by 2 other guards, a man and a woman, wearing their own gambesons, similarly green, but tailor-made to match their figures. The nearby buildings are simple houses made of wooden beams and covered with thatch, while the storehouse is even more modest, with a roof made of planks. The watchtower has a ladder made of ropes and sticks, no stairs. Just give me a moment. The guard strides away before he finishes the last word. The others close the gate behind you and observe your mount carefully. Your eyes run east to a humming creek, running through the center of the village. I wait for the messenger. I shall sleep here, probably. Calming sound, eh? The Howler's Creek. Okay, so the Howler's Dell has the Howler's Creek. Noted. The guard, like most of the locals, is taller than you. Wide but shallow. There ain't been a flood in years. Pa told me there used to be nae bridges. Neighbors crossed it with their boots in their hands. And 'tis clean like a raindrop. There ain't many fish. They're the cleanest village in the north. Her companion chuckles brightly. And when the guard returns, he's still alone. Chicken, they come now. A friend of mine is in labor, eh? Oh. They are quite prosperous here, huh? The mayor wants there to be there when the child arrives, but I was asked to show you the village. All right. Tie your mount here. We'll keep the kids away. Most of the neighbors are getting ready to celebrate. Once you're done, he grabs the rope ladder. The view from up here is gorgeous. I nod and think of my knife. If it's a trap, I'll kill him. Very chill of you, Bodingus. I climb up after him. Even though the ladder swings in all directions, the guard gets to the top quickly, like a monkey climbing up creepers. You, on the other hand, need to stop and wait for the ladder to calm itself. When you join the man on the wooden platform, you're a bit dizzy. He's leaning on the wooden parapet. I love the word parapet. It's very fun. Observing the area with a smile. I look around. Wow! The beauty of Howler's Dell. There's no place like Howler's Dell. The card points in every direction, giving you no time to contemplate. For the next few minutes, he describes the fields and their crops. Ooh, the first village I reached was Howler's Dell. Oh, I guess that's why. I had the feeling that my quests were somewhat messed up in my last run due to the fact that I didn't go by the villages and inspect them in the order that I was supposed to, quote unquote. And so I feel like it messed up some things and I couldn't speak to certain people about certain things. Oh wait, no, I think it's because Howler's Dell didn't trust me enough to talk about Glossia's band, but we will change that in this beautiful second run, won't we? No wonder he's so proud. Why wouldn't he be? They've tamed this scrap of land and live in comfort. Howler's Dew is beautiful. The islet in the middle... Oh yeah, there's a tiny little island thingy. Connects both parts of the village according to the main... the northern gate is hardly ever opened, as it leads nowhere now. Near the eastern gate, there's an Ape Ale Inn, where you can find a bed and victuals, and there is a stall where Akakios rewards our work. Unless we annoy him with pointless talk, he lets out a chuckle. On the opposite side of the creek, there's another White House. It belongs to Bion, the best clothier in the north. The priests live in wait, no. So many quotation marks, I get confused so easily. The priests live in the southeast near the wall, but they do not talk to strangers. You also hear about the hunter, the cooper, the fisher, the miller, the pie maker lives with his sister, the baker, the smith, and her husband, the carpenter, live with their kids. You consider... Oh yeah, I could actually search for each and every single one of these people. You consider stopping his speech when suddenly he points at the islet again. There, see! The mayor's coming, the one wearing purple. You're free to join her, traveler. Okay. I am in agreement with you, good sir. You try to get down quickly, but 2 steps are enough to make you sure that it's a bad idea. You wait for the ladder to find its balance. You're relieved when you touch the ground again. You untie your palfrey and follow the guard. You pass a small pasture surrounded by a wooden fence, a few loose chickens, and a tethered boar. The fancier buildings are... I have awakened from my extended sleep. Sleep is good, especially if you're a heavy sleeper. As a light sleeper, I find it quite challenging to sleep for a considerable amount of time. But hello, Ares. Thank you for stopping by. I hope your extended sleep was a good one. Water. The nectar of the gods. I walk over to the second bridge. Along the entire path, you notice more and more people. Hubbly, 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 hey. In the north, you see ape, apple, peppleppy. A young woman is cleaning the empty mugs in the creek, speaking with a man at least twice her age, maybe her father. I need a spot to tether Kit Kat. You return to the inn. There's a wide wooden roof right here. I need to befriend these people with everything that I have. I shall become the ultimate... See, that's the thing. Well, not ideally, but 2 things that I want to do in this run is find out Asterian's decayed, rotten, horrid body, or at least what happened to him, and become God of the White Marshes. So, to do that... I have no idea what I need to do. But I will try my best. Oh yeah, I do have a journal. Journal, I say. Journal. Right. Help others. While I'm here, I want to help people. Make this region safer, yes. Swamp Altar, Ruined Village. I've proven that the local fields have been turned barren by a curse. Slept 3 hours longer than I normally would. That sounds like a good time, I reckon. Sleep is good. I can't imagine a situation where extra sleep would be a bad thing. Unless you haven't set an alarm and you're terrified that you might sleep through your stream. Haha, couldn't be me. It was very strange for me. When I started stream an hour earlier, at 8 my time, I set an alarm, but I felt so tired, and at the same time I felt like I would actually sleep through it even with an alarm. But I never did. But now that I start an hour later than last week's timetable, I feel very good, but at the same time today was very strange for me sleep-wise. I woke up at 6 for reasons unknown, kept shuffling around until 7, and then I kept turning back and saying, it's too early to wake up, I should sleep. And then I kept being stressed that I might sleep so long that I'll miss my appointed time. Not a very good set of circumstances. Right. Look for the mayor. She's sitting on a chair with a 4-year-old boy on her knee. She's holding his hand gently, showing him how to eat gruel from a bowl. It's not a cheap meal, though. You spot nuts, berries, and milk. Now, love, the mayor titters. Don't I get distracted? She rubs the meal off her face. She rubs the meal off his face, because her face does not have a meal on it. A few more spoons and you'll go all pop in a kitchen, aye. She gives you a radiant, though apologetic smile, then turns her attention back to her companion. Observe her more closely. Her long, full-sleeved linen dress must have been dyed once in blue and once in red to achieve its dark, fancy purple. Don't talk to me about color schemes, I'm having enough trouble as it is. I'm trying to have a color scheme that is more than just shades of red. But it is incredibly vexing and difficult for me to achieve such a thing. I did originally make this background layout screen asset to be the gambeson texture that I will use for my body. Spoilers, my body has a gambeson, haha. But point is that maybe I should actually do that because I'm currently struggling with every shade of brown known to man. The classic, I need to sleep more and it makes it hard to fall asleep, yes. Quite troubling, is it not? Right. Unlike her tribe's folk, she's pale with powdered and rough cheeks, and her lips match her outfit, though they're a bit closer to wine red. The thick gray strands in her long blonde hair look more like a fashion choice than a result of aging. Her eyes are the color of her cape, keen and vigorous. She's shorter than most people around. And her delicate voice assertive. She makes plenty of gestures, but her shoulders hardly ever move. I'll wait for as long as it takes. After a few more minutes, the boy lets out a gentle cough. Since I'm her guest... So we have a Roadwarden again. Please, sit down. She vaguely shows you the palm of her open hand, letting you pick any place you want. I'm her guest. I'll sit next to her. I appreciate it. Didn't I mention it? Hunger makes me peevish, and the day is too nice for that. She taps her chest and looks at a flock of birds that fly above you loudly, heading south. As we're waiting, be so good as to help me understand something. Even if you're but a mercenary, can I imagine a single reason for you to choose this realm for your wardening? It's so long after Astarion's disappearance. That's that glory or treasures to find here. Her pale fingers form a tent on her stomach, then clasp, leaving the 4 fingers pointing at you. You're sent here by the merchants. They want the peninsula. I don't want to be Hovlaven's... Yeah, I'm gonna simply explain the situation. Introduce yourself and confirm her suspicions. The guild and deputy are in agreement. They are willing to send troops to this place, defend the settlements, and patrol the roads. They'd cover their pay. You'd have to look after their board and lodging. You explained that the rate of taxes is open to negotiations, but they would take twice a year in spring and fall. You have time to think about it. You assure her, and you're free to consult with your people. Safer roads bring many travelers, artisans, merchants, you know. I know you realize it's an opportunity. Yes, I do, she finally interrupts you. But roads bring other people as well, not all of them desired by us. And as she observes your palfrey, she twists her deer buckle left and right. Times have changed, and your superiors were kind enough to send a messenger, not a temple guard with a list of demands. And she grasps the buckle with her fist. But when it comes to the guild, there's always a catch. Her accent is now almost identical to the one used in the city. I'm telling you everything I know. I can't ask you to trust me, but I'm not hiding anything. Even if I were eager to put trust in the words of a stranger, your honesty has nothing to do with the truth, necessarily. It doesn't put me in an easy position, as you can imagine. Here, listen to this trick I learned about during my studies. She theatrically clears her throat, patting her chest with one hand and covering her mouth with another, then leans forward and rests her elbows, allowing her hands to freely make gestures. You make a deal with a settlement, flower... I've already read through all this. I keep a straight face. I encourage her with a kind smile. Guess what? She straightens up. Turns out that the village can't say no anymore. They lack supplies, seeds, and land. They can't refuse. She's right. It's better to not say anything stupid. The pause doesn't linger for long. I have been sleeping all day, been up since the sun went down. Hello. Like I iterated previously, sleep is good, but welcome in, 1819. The follow and the chat is very much appreciated. Where was I? Oh, yes. The pause doesn't linger for long. I see we understand each other. Let's finish. I am Thace, one of the keepers of the Apial Inn and the mayor of Howlersdale. I assume it will be convenient for you to take my answer back to Hovlaven. He wonders for a moment. Say, when could we expect the first caravan after winter? It depends on what you can sell and what you want in return. While the conversation goes on, the food gets served. Yes, I am fed. Being fed is good. And the refreshing aroma of roasted mutton, yes, delightful. We get introduced to Eric's. Tears the meat into smaller pieces, yada yada. Meanwhile, we get to the important stuff. Explore the peninsula. What does the journal reveal? Where were we? Find the Roadwarden. Oh, yeah. The villagers from Howlersdale are willing to sell linen and sturdy clothing in exchange for a squad of soldiers as well as some iron. They are already well off, and as long as they won't be forced to follow the United Church, they're open to trading negotiations. This feels like she's a lot more cooperative and responsive since the last time I've done all these steps. Our youth is strong, she claims proudly. And so we need your guards on our walls. So we don't need them. Yes, reading is so hard. So we don't need your guards on our walls, but a lone Roadwarden won't help keep the roads passable. We need fighters willing to patrol the paths, maybe even The heart of the woods. That's what we'd expect in return. You're not an expert when it comes to linen, cheese, and wool, so the mayor spends a good couple of minutes describing the outstanding quality of what the village has to offer. Especially the clothes, which are meant to be as unique as those made by Master Crispus. You vaguely recognize the name of this tailor shoemaker, but you'd never earned enough to pay him for as much as a single sleeve. And of course, we will never reject some steel and bronze. We lack alloys for sickles and scythes. Where did I find metal again? Oh yes, in the cave. Then she repeats her question about starting a trade route. Truth be told, the guild is not sure. Actually, maybe the fact that I was completely honest with her made her a lot more cooperative. Understandable, but you won't find much in the other tribes. They have barely enough to survive even after they trade for our crops. For we have only decent soil in this realm. At least the people of Gale Rocks have salt and barrels of fish, while Creek sells meat and wood. Actually, if you haven't been in Creeks yet, the farthest village in the northeast, you could give them a chance. She nods with a smile. They could use your help with keeping their roads safe. White Marshes, on the other hand, as well as Old Pagos, are close to worthless. Oh, for a trade route, that is. She clears her throat. Ooh, bully. Oh, my brain is a tapestry of mixed signals. After these words, she stands up, walks to another table, and offers her trencher to an elderly man who sits there by himself. With a trembling voice, he thanks her, then starts to chew on the soggy bread. She sits down, wipes her hand into a clean cloth, adjusts the folds of her cape, and once again crosses her legs. So tell me, Bodingus, how's Hovleven? Haven't gathered much news since the invasion. It's far from great. Children who lost their parents during the war have no trade in hand, and there's not enough settlements to send them away. Many people are unable to prosper. I'm being honest with her. It couldn't be easy, not after all the blows that landed on that place. That's the thing with the works of humans, isn't it? A house you build for half a year turns to dust with a single storm. A proud city falls. The emperor's mask shatters. The children from this village. She glances at a young girl cleaning the table. Are just as fragile. They have food, clothes, and walls, but there will be a time of disaster, and once it strikes, and only then, they'll take to heart the same lesson that the cities had to learn. It will be forgotten again after the next sunny spring. She pauses and looks at you with a sad smile. But don't let me babble any longer. What can I do for you, Bodingus? The power of Bodingus shines through. I was in Pelt of the North. The innkeeper feels uneasy about Glossia's band. There we go. That's the epic dialogue that I need. Click. When you mention the raids on the northern villages, her eyes narrow. Are you sure? It's the first I've heard about it. Glossia has been around since years back, but she's not much of a nuisance. A horrible feeling in your nostrils that you need to sneeze, but you don't sneeze, and instead it's just a piercing pain coursing through. I don't even have a nose. Why is this being simulated? I'm just a messenger. He's asking you to join forces with him. Well, I can't give you my answer. I won't ask our hunters to endanger their lives in the pursuit of some gossip. I could ask around, learn more about this. She sighs with an exaggerated relief. What a splendid idea! There are only 3 villages in the north. White Marshes, further north by Western Road, Gale Rocks by the northern road, Creeks in the far east. Bring me news from those places and you'll get my answer. Okay, so that's why the quest is... Right, so, okay, so the quest expands. Thais won't answer until yeah, okay, so this is correct. So I need to go to all three of those places and ask. And for a fact, I know that Glossia is from Gale Rocks, so... Right. I can do that. I wonder, back in Hovlaven, did you spend any time in Blackwood Corner? It used to be this dark, dirty alley. I know for a fact that that street is still there. I'm gonna go with that one. You describe how a family of southerners start in a large shipyard right next to the alley, working on exotic boars and in unusual shapes. Oh, working on exotic boars. Exotic boats. Needing hands to work. Okay. We are taking a deep breath, and we are going to read what is on the screen as opposed to trying to take shortcuts. Starting now. As you describe the new inn, Thais bursts into cheerful laughter. So it's the same family that ran the Boarhead Inn. And to think that I dare to doubt the old lady's endurance. People like her are brave enough to bear the toil of their world. Are going to bring salvation to us all. Right. You seem to be fairly well off. Right. I'm looking for a stare-in. She stares you and then turns towards Kit Kat. Is your palfrey a mare? Stallion, so I won't give you anything stronger than a hinny. So I've heard. Her eyes wander over the square. I've noticed that the Twitch activity feed keeps flickering every now and then, and I see it on the corner of my eye, and I think it's something new on OBS, but it's just flickering, and it's distracting and annoying me. Where's my... There it is. I have the appropriate facial reaction for such a thing. Silly OBS. Right. Small donkeys' bellies bring weak offspring to horses. Her pale fingers reach for her own stomach. When her eyes return to you, they regain their sharpness. I'd rather avoid long talks about that man. Let him remain as a part of the past spring. Since you're asking about him, I can only assume he was indeed sharing his goal with yours. Lying. Oh yeah, I have let's see here. There we go, character sheet. Let's see here. Lies, none. Lying gives you quick benefits, but may turn against you after some time. Some lies are difficult to pull off for an unexperienced liar. So is this experience? I guess that is it. Saving animals and combat experience. Engaging in combat. Okay, so I have no combat experience. Religion atheist. You reject the existence of gods and spirits. Lies. Okay, so I have no experience with lies. And my gambling experience is negligible, so... I have the stats of a wet blanket. I guess that's why during the tutorial quick run, it asks me all these questions, because it decides what my experience, my sheet will do. I actually had better stats in my last run. Let's make this one count, though. I won't deny that. So I'm not going to lie. Yet you're already different from him. I like it when travelers don't try to sell me bluegrass. Seeing you frown, she waves it off. It's just the saying, his words were stronger than his deeds, and he's no longer welcome here. What are his wrongdoings? If you have to know, he failed, and won't get a second chance. He was meant to escort Agidia, a daughter of mine, to her betrothed in Gale Rocks. She was a great archeress, and the road from here to the coast is not that dangerous. When they saw goblins on the road, Asterion ordered her to push through, right into their trap. She touches her deer-shaped buckle. They got jumped like a bunch of wealthy pilgrims. A Roadwarden worth their gruel should know better. He can fight with a blade, but my girl, she never had a chance. She sighs and looks at the gate. He disappeared soon after his pitiful attempt at apologizing to me, and we closed our doors behind him for good. I'll let you know if he ever tries to return. Why did you let him leave? If he didn't do anything, well, forbidden by our laws. Oh, he didn't do anything. Forbidden. Okay. He was simply stupid and cannot be trusted. But this isn't Hovlaven. We have no rich folk to dread. We treat each other fairly. Lost in her thoughts, she rubs the necklace on her dress. Necklace of her dress? There's a... okay. One good thing I can say about him is that he didn't try to justify his decisions or to avoid the consequences, but rather have him prove first that he can do what's asked of him. Good lord. I said that I'd be reading what's on the text, and I've actually gotten worse at reading what's on the text. Okay. Let me try again. Lost in her thoughts, she rubs the necklace of her dress. One good thing I can say about him is that he didn't try to justify his decisions or to avoid the consequences. But I'd rather have him prove first he can do what's asked of him. Okay, and it is where I can look for him. He spent most of the time between White Marshes, Gale Rocks, and Creeks. Here, he wasn't that eager to share his plans. Did you ever find your daughter? She's with the Fogs now. Very unfortunate. Let the dead rest. You have quite a big family. He titters weakly. At one point, there were 12 kids living in our house. 9 girls, 3 boys. They come and go, as it should be. A few are already with the forest, but most are all grown now, even started their own families. She looks away at a girl wiping spilled milk on a wet cloth. To be perfectly clear, they aren't exactly our children. It's a custom of our village for the mayor to look after the orphans. Thankfully, Erix has a big heart and much more patience than I do. As she speaks, her smile widens. Thank you for the help. Tell me, how do people dress in the city these days? Is it similar to what we have here before the war? The merchants were wearing those really long dresses and robes. Way too long for my taste. They got mud stains after every rain, and I see no reason to keep shoes completely hidden. Oh yes, this is the tailored tunic place, so... There's always a shortage of fabric. Most people wear tunics like in the old days. At least we can hope that if visitors arrive, we won't stand out much. She laughs, but also adjusts her dress, drawing your attention to its superb quality. And who knows, maybe our little village here is going to help those unfortunate clothiers. I'm sure we can spare a couple of sheets of fabric. Right. I was in the ruined village south from here. Her gaze shifts into an awkward click of her tongue as she leans away from you. I don't even want to think about their tragic fate. No one can negotiate with the wrath of the herds. A long pause. And I better not find you upsetting my neighbors with these sad questions. It's challenging time for all of us, a wound we won't forget. I couldn't even explain to her that the place has been cursed. Oh well. On the altar. She straightens up. Yeah, mean beholder, that's what it was. What did I say? I don't remember. The guardian spirit of our wetlands. Every fall we bring it our gifts, and in return it provides us with blessed fruit. Oh yeah, these guys are hypocrites because they also use blood magic. It's older than the oldest books and the oldest thoughts. The druid help us honor its sleep and show us how to ask for its help. Neither of these rituals, she scoffs, would be of use to you. No, I bet they wouldn't. You seem fairly well off, even more so than other people in the village. What's your secret? She reaches for her buckle and her voice grows cold. There's no secret, traveler. There's hard work, risks, and sacrifices. And the support of those that care about me. The good things that happen to me shine on my people just as much. Think about it before you mention it again. She adjusts her cape. Tell me about the dell. It is what it seems like, the greatest village in the far north. Life's good here. She omits some topics. You hear of no tales, songs, ancestors, rituals, or days of prayer. It's like listening to a tax collector. Only at the very end of her speech does she mention the wisdom of the elders, now kept in the teachings of the druids, who help her guide those who trust her. They heal our wounds in our gardens, she explains, but then changes the topic to all the fruit trees, hares, and nuts in the woods. When she's done with it, I polite nodly. Brain. You doth not exist. We talk, and I still don't know where you are from, Bodingus. What's your story? Have you lived in Hovleven your entire life? Only for a bit. I was raised in a small village just nearby and moved to the city after I had decided to look for luck as a Roadwarden. Sure. Polite snoddly in your general direction. Hello, my dear lady, polite snoddly. Oh, lordy. To see the city for the first time after being surrounded by a couple of small houses and fields, it's a strange feeling, isn't it? She puts her hand on the table. Even after my second winter there, I felt like a stranger. But those who know how to live in the countryside, close to the wilderness, will always find a new home for ourselves, don't you think? She gives you an encouraging smile. Hell yeah. Have you heard of necromancers in the north? She taps on her fingers on the... She taps on her fingers? Fuck's sake. What is wrong with me today? She taps her fingers on the table. Yes, I have. After you ask her to tell you more, she seems to regain her confidence. You mean White Marshes for sure. I don't know all that much about what's happening there. We avoid their lands, if we can. She frowns. I shouldn't gossip about it with strangers. We can talk about it on another occasion. Right. What would make you... I can consider it right now. While she laughs, her eyes remain keen. But if you want me to give you some answers, let's see. She looks up and to the right, theatrically raising her hand to her chin. Some gestures of goodwill would be a great start. Since you're the guild's messenger, I need to know you can be relied on. What's the first... and that's only the first step. Of course. Do you even have the power to handle tax negotiations? She scoffs loudly at your head shake. Do enough for my village and I'll hand you a beautiful signed letter. A list of all the things my neighbors are looking for, as well as what they can give in return. Your superiors are going to see more than enough to prepare their offer. She rubs her hands. I think that's fair. Yeah, looks like we're in agreement. New mundane jobs available in the village. Delightful. I think this was a very productive day. One more thing though, she puts her elbows on the table, leaning closer to you. If you go behind my back, I'm not going to wait for a dagger. I'll end you first. I would never betray you unless the necromancers offer me shelter. She rests her chin against her open palms, giving you a disarmingly warm smile. I'm sure people already do know that we have a new Roadwarden. Maybe ask around to see if anyone needs your help. The more my neighbors trust you and need you, the more willing they'll be offered to... The more willing they'll be to offer you better pay. Well, let's start here. What can I do for you? Oh, so kind of you to ask, but before I ask you to run, let's see how you can walk, shall we? I remember this one. I smell back at her. You mean the ones that weren't meant to reach you? Her flirtatious tone distracts you with how obviously fake it is. And help me learn some interesting tales about our neighbors. Okay, so spy. I will spy for you. See, I knew that deep down you're a true sage. She titters and straightens up, adjusting her cape without haste. Do you have something to share? And the squad that made up people at the southern crossroads is now nothing more than 2 people. They plan to return to Hovlaven before fall. There you go. Since they cleared that camp of brigands, they went so quiet I almost forgot about them. She rubs her chin with her thumb. I'm surprised they've managed to stay alive till this day. Sending such an inexperienced group here shows that the officials misjudged this land. The soldiers who came here in spring were meant to find a good spot for a new outpost. She smiles widely. You don't say. Knowing that, I'll prepare a few very tempting suggestions for the officials. After she seals her lips, she still lets out a quiet chuckle. That's all I have to say. I keep thinking, surely city folk don't eat just wild game, salt fish and goats. What animals do you people breed in the nearby villages? There's barely any meat, so people started to raise crickets and rats. I'm gonna go with the rat comment. She covers her mouth. I've tasted a few rats before, of course, but crickets, how do they taste? A bit like nuts. They're also ground into a flour of sorts. They're good. Purely fascinating. At least now I know that if someone serves me a plate of insects, it's not an affront. She titters. Though I do hope they don't taste as good as mutton. I'm not going to sell our livestock cheap. Right. You need my assistance. Thank you for your time. Right. Leave the square. It's too late to ask the locals for help. I go to the local priests. No, I don't. A raging storm is beginning outside my abode. I go to the main square. Akios. It looks like a poor vendor from Hovlaven. He stands sideways with legs crossed, leaning on the counter with one hand, keeping the other. His fingers are unusually long. He does say that he gets angry when you hint at a threat. Quick save. I'm here to trade, not talk. He looks up and lets out an awkward laugh. We'll see about that. Isn't it like I'm going to beg for your tails? As far as I care, you can leave your pouch and bugger off. But neighbors bring me what they want to sell, so if you want something, let's get to it. Name's Akakios, the treasurer. Right. You bring goods to sell. No, I don't. Tell me about Astarion. You remember what blade it was? Oh yes, now I remember. He had a big spear and a big sword and a bunch of other things. Know what? There's something urgent. I need a medicament for my daughter. Alright. Oh! Oh, my brain just turned on the potion that you find in the trapdoor. Oh, but first I need a... Oh, I can buy the lantern off of him immediately, actually. Yes. Oh, but then I won't have enough money for it. A strong elixir would be worth more than 5 coins. Well, now it is all I can pay. He spreads his arms. I do not sculpt your... I do not sculpt you, stupid. The dragons I get here belong to the village. 5 is a fair pay, and I'll mention to all the neighbors how helpful you are. He takes a deep breath and adjusts his robe, still sweating. She didn't want to take the stall after you. Nay, but that's fine. She hates me. It is better for her to take after her mother. Your daughter hates you? His low voice sounds like grunting. Since you have to know. Our laws make me admit I was a wife beater. And by my own deeds, I've lost my family. My daughter has a new father now, and I'm not allowed to marry again. As he starts to speak faster, he also wags his finger at you. But I'll never touch my girl. Keeping her safe is the right thing to do, even if it doesn't make things right. This guy has gone through a life story of his own. I never knew about this in the last run. Where can I find such a potion? You received an old key. I can think of 2 places. The safer bet is beyond Old Pagos, on the mountain of the crazy monks. Crazy and boring, more boring than a mouflon, but they often brew with Numa. You can also head south, east of the crossroads, behind the Pilt. Oh, he does tell you. I haven't been there myself, but you can find a dolmen there, as old as a city, and this. He reaches for his clinking pouch and pulls out a massive iron key. It's meant to open some secret passage there. And how do you know about that secret? From a merchant. She's from south of Hag Hills. I was meant to pass the key to her friend, but he never showed up. Fine, I'll look into it. Good, he smiles. Nothing for now. Okay, so that potion that I found by smashing it through with the power of Unga Bunga was actually meant for this guy's quest. Okay, very well noted. Efficiency. Thy name might be Bodingus. We shall find out. Can I speak to the tailor? I'm looking for a tailor. Could you answer a couple of questions? No. I'm not a bard. Fair enough. Alright, main square. Innkeeper. Any rumors? Not really. Okay, fair enough. Have you had any interesting guests? No. Alright. New shelter unlocked. Sure thing, he nods. My kids keep it cleaner than you'd find in the city. So, no rumors? I could ask him about work sometime tomorrow. Okay. Thanks. The trader. New trader unlocked. Depends on what you want for it. Alright. Now, wait. I only have 4? When did I lose it? Oh, right, because of gambling. I recall. Now this is a question for the ages. Do I buy the wooden lantern, remain broke, or do I keep my money? So many questions, so few answers. I would love to say I don't have to rush into things and I can take my time, but at the same time I have 10 days less than I did before. And, well, the lantern, so far I've found out, is good for 2 places. The caves and the dolmen. I am going to not buy the lantern. I am going to sleep. Nothing for now. I walk away. Leave the square. I could travel. It is important to utilize the time. Let's do a little bit of traveling. The road is beaten and free of litter. You notice paths. And between the fruit-bearing trees on your right, and soon after you ride alongside vast fields of boards beams almost ready for the second harvest of summer. Then there are the green hemp plants, taller than you are, waiting for a scythe or sickle. The locals keep the beasts at a distance, I guess. Ah, the crossroads. I can't read. Actually, oh wait, no, a scholar could probably be able to read. I approach the western signboard. It has 2 planks attached to a single post. The lower sign is divided in 2 halves. Bears the engraved piles. One of them horizontal rectangles. Northern? Western, northern, southern, eastern. Search the area. I search the area some more. Try to find where the old signpost used to be attached. Take another look at the destroyed sign. The southern... Right, signposts, ahoy. Going back to the dell and sleeping. Might as well utilize all the time I have available to me. Head for the stables. Are you kidding me with this guy? Nah. I'm broke. Go away. Right. Main square. Sleep. Oh, it restores Pneuma as well. Oh, that's delightful. You can't start the ritual. Yep, this is definitely ideal. Do it. Do it now. Yes. Sleeping in a room is good. Your first sleep ends, but your usual 1-hour break is instantly disrupted by noise. You stand up, walk to the window, and see the reason for the commotion. A group of workers is just outside the inn, drinking and laughing. I can sacrifice a bit of sleep. Let's do that. Oh boy. I'm one of the first people to get back to bed. They're a fun bunch, you see. They love to meet new people, but be ready to wake up with a spinning head. Oh boy. Well... health-wise, I'm still doing good. I could use this day to rest, but... Right. The innkeeper. Did someone contact you about work for me? Ask for Timo. I have so much Pneuma. She's usually at the creek. There's not much in it for you unless you'll be here for the marriage rites, but it'll make her happier. Okay. Thank you. Look for Timo, the washwoman. A new entry, matchmaking. Before you reach the gate, you find 3 washwomen who are walking down the path, chatting loudly. The wet hair on the arms and legs shines, contrasting the mud on their feet. Some of them wear soaked shirts. All have their heads wrapped in kerchiefs. You know from the city how hard and sometimes dangerous their job can get. You glance over their laundry baskets filled with clothes and buckets of urine. What? Once they notice you, one of them puts her things next to a fence and tells the others to go ahead without her. Her companions giggle, but loyally leave the 2 of you alone. I was so hoping to speak with a vagrant, a traveler. She starts and looks away. Whenever she speaks, she's both very direct and distracted, struggling to explain her plans. After a brief conversation, you try to sum it all up. So you seek a man who'd agree to take part in the marriage rites of your druids. She nods energetically, but then freezes. She's tanned from work, but her face is young and smooth. And since her hair is hidden, her bright hazel eyes keep drawing your attention. Not just any man, she interrupts you angrily. Someone who stays in the sun and works hard for us and our kids. You ask if she has any children already, and after another minute of her awkward explanations, you take a guess that she doesn't. You ask if it would make a difference for her to move to a different village. We live good lives here, safe and plentiful. I'd rather stay, but I could leave with a safe convoy. See you soon. Journal. Quests. Matchmaking. The youth of the peninsula could use help with starting families at other settlements. I can ask around, learn if anyone seeks a match at the approaching spring. Timo from Howler's Dill looks for a hard-working man who'd like to marry her, according to the tradition of her ancestor. Then either move in with her or take her to a new home. I could think of one person. A tiny little teenager. People are more willing to trust you. You're clean and tidy. So many beautiful clothes. Good luck. Right. Now the question is, what do I do next in the name of efficiency? So the ruined village is pretty ruined. To get the support of Howler's Dew and deal with Glossia's band, I need to go to White Marshes, Gale Rocks, and the Creeks. And to complete my own quest, I need to go to White Marshes and become head priest. Haha. So I guess ultimately my objectives align with going to those 3 places. Work for a single coin? Disgusting. Rather nae waste my time. Traveling onwards. Settlement in the mountains. Oh yeah, I did set a trap for fish, and I should probably go pick it up. The road leads to a gentle creek filled with buzzing flies, mosquitoes, and gnats. You don't spot any critters among the tall meadows, tree branches, or rocky slopes. Seeing the shapeless dark vortex of wings, Kit Kat snorts. You're currently in the southern bank. It will take some time, but I wrap myself in every piece of clothing I own. At least I keep my blood. Moving on. For most of the time, you're surrounded by yellow meadows. It may still be early, but it's better to avoid bogs when nighttime approaches. Such places rarely have fine roads. Oh yes, the group of wayfarers, I remember them. I stay in the saddle, just in case. A man behind you... the man behind the gesture doesn't approach you, just nods. Safe travel, stranger. It may be early, but bogs aren't safe. Better keep moving, you'll find an inn. I try to digest his thick accent. He's broad-shouldered. The man observes you with little curiosity. Need any help? Makes an annoyed grimace. Not really, it's his timber sickening, moldy and wet. We're checking the place, but seems it's bad year for it. He looks at his companions, who simply shrug and spread to take a look at the cart. All but the one with the bow, who doesn't move an inch. Can't I say I've time to loaf? You have questions asked, but be quick. Don't put us to sleep. What's up? What's up with this one? He smiles, but you notice the others keenly observe you. Nothing is up. They're keeping us safe. They must feel hot under so many clothes. Don't worry about it. See, they don't... Ah. So this is an envoy from White Marshes. Are you from around here? Very much so. You're new to these roads. You know our home? Maybe. White Marshes. True! See, I am a genius in my own right. True, it's there. Looks at the crossroad leading east. I thought it's already forgotten, but you've a clean ear. Tell me about your village. This is home. He starts to play with his spear. As much a home as the bogs can be. Beasts are smaller than in the woods, but water's a real threat. Why marshes when it's set in the bogs? Swamps, quagmire, sloughs, who cares? As long as there's peat under our grass and saurians in the ponds is our land. How can I reach White Marshes? It's not hard if you have bones or food with you. Ride down the road, turn left, and take a gift to Thyrsus, the warden of our peat fields. We'll take the creepers for you. Seeing your luck, he carries on. They're on the right path. He'll take to the village. Sounds easy enough. What are you using peat for? What else? Fuel, bricks. We used to sell it. Some plants needed in soil. Is this your cart? In a way. My neighbours. They then hear one of the women proudly claiming that it belongs to her uncle, but the man doesn't allow you to dig into the topic. We used to carry woods and plants from here to the village, but eventually it was not a thing we can carry. Blah, 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 blah. What makes this place so special? He says, it used to be a forest garden. My great-grandparents started to harvest various fruits and sap from birches, but those were other days and other roads. There's nothing of value left and no time for strong folks to take care of the land. He then stretches out and gets closer to the signpost, using his spear as a walking stick. Stay safe, stranger. Alright, well, I guess those are all the questions I could ask. I can spend the day in White Marshes, maybe. Journal. Oh yeah. I only have a single food ration to my name. That is unfortunate. What's this? Oh, fish trap locations. What do you do with a drunken sailor? Oh yeah, I can give him a coin. I guess. Travel to White Marshes. You're not used to the scents of the bogs, but you weren't expecting them to be so gentle. The humid air makes you think of smoked meat, and even though you ride by a few rotting carcasses and animal droppings, just as often you cross tiny meadows of pink, yellow, and red flowers. I see no creatures standing in my way. Right. I forgot to read what it said. Oh well. The road takes you to the edge of the woods. A few trees have found lucky scraps of soil towering above the water, while others... screams of pain reaches you from... Oh, right, I remember this. It may be a trap, and even if it's not, I can't help them. I know it's a trap for a reason. Dying here won't be helpful to anyone. Nah, I know what's there. Alright. There's no other path in sight. I approached the creepers with a drawn axe. They beat the crap out of me. That was not the... Examine the water. Can't cross the creepers on my own. I can go over here. There's the guy. We need to ride carefully. If Kit Kat's leg sinks into the mud, it may get broken. There he is. The only soul in sight is sitting on the bench, stuffing his mouth with fistfuls of green leaves that he takes out of a small basket. Placed on his knees. You're barely standing. I introduce myself. Still chewing, he mutters something in response, then shakes his hairy head. Bodingus the Roadwarden, he repeats. Yes, that is me. Thyrsis the Turf Warden. The Bogged Plains. Be sad, tired, afraid, or hopeless. Yeah. You do. There's a thing behind me, or you stay here. All you can do is turn back. Hey, look. He looks at you in silence and yawns loudly. His teeth are yellow, but don't seem to be neglected, at least from this far. You're off the main road, stranger. What for? Some plants are blocking the way. With a horse and no guide, you'd get swallowed in no time by monsters and the mud. He raises his hands, wagging his fingers as if he's casting a curse. My green pets keep the troublemakers away, but I can't make an exception for a warden, one willing to prove they bring gifts, not troubles. What's the toll? Can I just give you a dragon bone? You know what? Did I do with it? Chew on it? Chew it like an auroch? Well, you're not sure what he means by that. He finally lets out a sigh, and you throw the tiny disc onto his humble supplies. He snaps his fingers. Done. Sure, kind of. Is peat a constant supply? Well, how would you avoid the wild beasts? Yada diddly huddly hoodly. I raise my chin. Did you choose to move the field, or were you forced to do so? Anything to sell? New trader unlocked. What does he have to sell? Ooh. A bone hook? 3 connected bones meant to be used as a grappling hook? Why the... A jar with an ointment that keeps insects away. A jar with a bug-killing ointment. A poisonous yellow dust. Ooh. I can actually use the herbal bug repellent or something. A poisonous yellow dust that withers the plants. Fascinating. Right. Now I can travel through. There's only a few breathing souls in sight. They observe you passing, but keep their distance. The zombies aren't attacking me, so I should be fine. Right, this is the place. The guards let you in without questioning. The entrance and the well, and the wall in general, were recently constructed, though we're still not finished. There will soon be yet another gate, allowing for trade and conversations without opening the village to danger. Just like in the fields, the work is divided between the undead, who carry bricks and take care of everything. I tether Kit Kat at a small shed. The man shows up soon after. Who are you even? Introduce myself. He sizes you up, and I'm Helvius. Who let you in? Was it Persis? He's as much of a gatekeeper as a fly's a warden to a piece of shit. You say that, but at the same time, White Marshes is the only village so far that I've encountered in the game that requires a literal toll to be paid. Because the other solution is to get my ass beat. I'm sure he realized I may be of use here. Don't boast. Those like you help others when your pouch gets empty. And we've no need of you here. He starts to twist his wrists, spinning his weapon slowly. Take a look around while you can. White Marshes isn't for strangers. And the turf houses are old, covered with lush grasses and flowers. I notice that there's only one elder in sight, and he's observing me. Arenthius. Right. Once Helvia, who you're looking at, he lowers his weapon and clears his throat, like a boy caught red-handed. The elder walks by, holding a walking stick with one hand and touching the wall with the other. Orentius, says the mayor. The priest of our fellowship. And the one who saved our people. Okay, so Helvius is the mayor. And Orentius is the head priest. Were you recently bothered by highwaymen? He reaches for his hair so quickly that it makes you flinch. He doesn't trust me enough to speak about the highwaymen. So the quest of, can we join forces with Pelt of the North and Howler's Dell is so complicated because in order to get Howler's Dell to go to Pelt of the North, they need to trust me. And in order for them to trust me, I need to go talk to the other 3 villages. And the other 3 villages need to trust me to talk to me about the highwaymen. So it's like a branch, it's like a tree with branching paths, where I need to have everybody trust me so I can accomplish this task. I'd like to learn more about White Marshes. Don't bother, both us and yourself. The tribe's been taming the bogs for 5 generations, but the fields... If the right allows. Alright, so they're religious, and they are necromancers and blood wizards. This much we know from our previous encounters with them in the previous life where I was horribly worthless. What can we do with a drunken sailor? Shall we trade? We need what we have. Well, take a look at what you're bringing. If you seek bones, he glances at the undead. He points his blade at the only thing that interests him. I'll pay you for 3 with 1 bone. Okay. Is Asterion around? Like that, he be. You pay attention to his confident stance and strong voice. He's hardly ever been here. I've no need of wardens. You say you know nothing about Asterion, but people claim you had strong ties with your tribe. Helvius begins swinging his axe left and right, the heel of the half now resting in the mud, trying to recall the past. He makes a puzzled frown. No, I was told he met with our warlock often. Who knows why? Ask him if you must. Sure. As he straightens up, the moose head on his chest bounces enthusiastically. You and many others, but he's swamped by his work, and we've enough threats in the shadows already. If he decides you're trustworthy, he may speak with you once, but why would I even ask him? I want to hear Wright's will. You're at the right place, but at the wrong time. One day, all the provinces of the land will learn what was revealed to the prophet. He spreads his arms, holding the poleaxe like a staff. Ride away to the villagers to the city. You will all hear Right's words soon enough. Oh boy. Ominous! So you want to separate yourself from other settlements? The tribes with little iron and bone struggle more and more. We're all getting ready to welcome plunderers the way they deserve us all. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Right, well, I've exhausted all the dialogue with this beautiful boy. Address the guards. People from the other tribes are looking for spouses. The taller gatekeeper gives you a long look. We need no matchmaker here. Our youth's work to do. Only when they're free to go wherever they want. Alright. I guess they're not open to mixed marriages. You think they're going to move to a village of the dead? Good joke. Alright. Ask the guards if there's room I could rent for the night. New shelter unlocked. It's an old shed. An old shed is better than nothing. Approach the well. Water your horse if you have to, but we need the rest for ourselves. This is not a very rich place if they've resorted to undead workers. Oh yeah, and they have child undead as well. Right. One of the undead workers drops a basket of foraged cranberries and leaves, maybe because its shell is too weak, or maybe because it received a poorly phrased order. It then stays still, waiting for further instructions. Right, okay, so the only thing that I can do so far here... the wetlands get dangerous an hour earlier. Alright. So I need to be gone by 4. So... this wasn't actually very optimal, I realize, because I can't achieve anything here. And also I need to... White marshes are a very difficult to crack place, I must say. And I don't really know what to do with them. So I guess wet marshes are only worth going to if I have a concrete plan and know exactly what I'm doing. So I kind of feel like I wasted a dragon bone on this endeavor. Oh well. Where can I go to next? Oh yes, I can go to Gale Rocks perhaps. As you ride past the fields, one of the local farmers... Hi there, Warden. He has a thick local accent. Do you know how to read? I don't, I'm afraid. Oh, right, the bone tablet guy, yes. That's a pretty tablet. I'll see you soon. I forgot about the tablet guy. I'll need to go to somebody who can read so they can tell me that it's a... bad tablet, right? Travel. Well, you have a good view. They must be coming from the White Marshes. What is this? I do not... Oh, right. This is the abandoned place with all the little foxes. I go behind the building. I step away and try to count them. And I'm dying. Since the one behind me has already moved away, I run for it. I'm too exhausted to face the dusk foxes. Technically, this would make this place safer, but I'd be killing poor, defenseless woodland creatures that are murdering me. This place is already abandoned, so I'll let the dusk foxes stay. They aren't threatening anyone. Right away. We carry on. Keep my distance. Maybe they know some useful rumors. Ah, yes, foggies. Forgot about foggies. Better not leave Kit Kat outside during the night. His voice is stentorian, close to a shout. You vaguely recognize his accent as one found at the city harbor. A black and white bird swoops into the water, then flaps its wings and takes off with a silver twitching creature in its talons. Hibbity-hibbity-hibbity-hoo. I need a place to rest. Most folks who spend the night here are walkers, but if you have coin, I'll let your horse inside. Oh yeah, the drinking part and all that. In good company. Discount pelt of the north. Ugh. Check the basement. Investigate the main hall. Look where the ladder leads. Sit down. Introduce myself to Big Fogungus. I'm looking for Asterion. Is he here? Don't upset me. He could have been swallowed by a toad for all I know. You've scared me a little bit. I don't want any nasty rumors, sure. Some of those who travel through Foggies disappear on the road. But it's a safe place. We don't hold slaves. She waves towards the trapdoor and you can check to see. Oh. I may have, through constantly skipping, may have implied that she's keeping Asteria in her dungeon basement. Can he do any jobs for you? Did he sell you anything unusual? Something useful? What's the lens the last time? Who? I see no problem with that. I may have upset her immediately. You see me as someone eager to make friends with a vagabond? I take it as a compliment to my skills as a tavern keep. Folks come and go, their faces disappear, friends die in my arms. I'll turn to this later. What's the story behind this place? You speak your own words, love, my own words. You speak my own words, love, my own words. We have a good home here in the north. Alright. I remember all these talks with Foggy, but I'm not too interested in Foggy, I'm afraid to say. Your name's Foggy, and this is Foggy Lake. Is the tavern named after you or after the lake? The lake has no name. I just smile. An awkward pause. Foggy smiles back at you. Anything interesting for you to hunt? Oh, I hunt for nothing. Do you hunt often? It's hardly a hunt, is it? build a real wall. I have to stay on the road, visit other parts of the Dragon Woods. I know some tricks, but not that one. Tell her about my amulets. She pays great attention to the ways you've obtained your talismans and how they affect your spellcasting. In my family, it was nothing like that. She says after a good couple of minutes, my grandparents used to be great mages, but not great enough to survive the plague. Her scarred lips form a grimace, and my ma got no talent from them. After a year of training, she was hardly able to push a feather from a distance of a foot. I always knew I had a strong soul in my blood, but there was no soul there to teach me how to use it. Oh, so she's actually a bit of a Numa adept. Interesting. We all need friends, don't we? You show her what you have, but she waves her hand. Nah, love, come back with something I could sell for a profit. Any interesting rumors? What can you tell me about? White Marshes. It's an old village placed among the bogs. She cracks her shoulders. A quiet man, but preaches like a zealot. Always looks like he's on the verge of crying. I used to trade in lumber until Hauler's Dell started selling their own trees for better prices. The trade to marshes died, and so came the hunger. Oh. So Howler's Dell actually destroyed the trade for White Marshes, and that caused White Marshes to suffer, which in turn caused them to seek. You can recall memories of Thais, a thin, smiling woman who likes expensive dresses. Foggies could squash her in the blink of an eye. Not the nicest bunch of fishers, are they? Hard to believe Gale Rock's as old as it is. Creeks is my home. It's younger than Elian. By over a year. What else can we talk about? There's nothing to find there. The seaside entrance was sealed for 2 years now. Then pretends to wipe her forehead. Oh, make it 3. Okay. I'm looking for work. Check on Old Pagos. Okay. Can you tell me about Old Pagos? Alright, I'll learn things. I've heard there are some bandits in the north. What can I tell you? Can I spend a night or two under your roof? What do you have for sale? Fresh meals and iron scraps. A set of bits and pieces made from iron and steel. Dolmen. The southern road must be a centuries old, but I'd rather spend the night with a young inn, thank you. Do you know anything about a secret spot there? Maybe I'll find a clue where to dig exactly. Alright. Time to go. Kit Kat is napping. Oh, it wasn't a waste of time because I do have the place unlocked for an entire Oh, I can actually just go back to White Marshes and examine things there. Yes. I have potentially spent my time properly. So, 2 hours, and that makes, yes, perfect. All right. Still need to get familiar with the letter from the local farmer. You used to sell wood, correct? In the old days, our firewood warmed up in the... You glance at the buildings where they are indeed new. Most of the settlements in the province would view them as crude and cramped. I hear what you say about the Awoken, but your tribe used to be so strong without them. Wait for 15 minutes. Good. Oh, I can use... Oh. I can use Numa to restore my health. Oh, that is amazing. Oh, Numa is so good. Costs 2 Numa to use. Cool. I'll do that. A persistent shouting voice wakes you up. Weak moonbeams. A man known as Arenthius. He wade through the mud. What happened to them that they feel justified in doing all this? So not only do they wake the dead, they use blood magic. If the United Church learns about this, they won't let it go. I wonder, why do they feel the justification to be blood magicians? I'm not allowed to rest here. Right. Inventory. Feed me. You're barely standing. Right. The wetlands get dangerous an hour earlier. Right, okay. Now, what can I do? I should report back to Thace. Oh yeah, the mayor. I won't go back to them until I go to all of the villages and speak with all of them. I need to figure out how to make all of them trust me. It's going to be a difficult prospect, it would appear. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all the villages, run around, collect all the quests that I can, collect the potion, and then return to Howler's. So we're doing the big spinny. Oh yes, the tunnel. Untethered Kit Kat. Let's see where the tunnel leads. I can use... Oh, I could use Numa. Oh, that actually makes it... Oh, I could probably use Numa to illuminate, so I don't actually need the lantern. So that was a good choice not to spend money on the lantern. Good for me. A simple trick. Give me enough light. Ooh. You lean the torch against the wall, letting it mark this spot, then draw both your axe and one of your oldest amulets, a pendant made of leather and a single dim pearl. The little sphere is covered by cryptic engravings, but if there's any special meaning behind them, you've never been able to find out what that could be, because you can't read. You bite into the strap, sense the pleasant familiar warmth, then press the blade with your open palms. After a minute of repeating a simple incantation, the pearl and your weapon start to glow purple. It covers the walls with a pulsating, uneasy light. Your lips catch a rotten aftertaste, so you surround the pendant with a cloth, then put it back in your satchel. Right. So... Move forward. Move forward. Crouch and take a closer look at the water. Follow the water. Yada yada. There's there's the cave mushroom. Move forward. Walk through the door. Enter the door. Search the chamber. Small iron key. Try to open the door in the corner. Collect all the metal scraps, definitely. The iron scraps are extremely important. Examine the curtain. Look for anything unusual. I lack a winged hourglass I could use here. That's because I don't have the religion, so I don't have access to the large bronze key. Return to the tiny room. Leave the room. Leave the room. To the ajar door. The cave is so moist. Move back to the dining room. Go back to Kit Kat. Right. So I've actually managed to accomplish something quite nice there. Oh yeah, I need to go to Gale Rocks. New entry, the closed tunnel. The detour is not as smooth as the main road. Unlocking the tunnel would save me a lot of time. I cannot fight 4 skeletons on my lonesome with Vitality 1 and Numa 2. You can use your magical spell as the cat if... No. I'm surprised no soul tried to steal the door yet, or maybe someone tried but failed. Unlocking the tunnel would save me a lot of time. Yes, it would. Unfortunately, I lack the manpower. And get a good look at the village from a distant hill. It must be a guard. I dismount. Listen to nearby conversations. You have to get used to some of the local words and phrases that you've only heard coming from the mouths of the oldest of the city folk. These vast similarities to the tongue of Hovlehaven only make these differences more distracting. I'm a Roadwarden. Another one, yes. Won't someone show me around? And what else? Want me to pour you a beer? Take care of what you have? Oh yeah, they're dicks. I'm looking for someone. Yeah. Oh ho ho! While the vast majority of the locals see this place as their home and even feel indebted to their families and neighbors for looking after them, Paulus seeks a different path. He isn't even 20, but trained to work on the beach, is strong, slim, and a bit loud. I can't even hunt fish. If that's the only work left, he admits when he asked about his plans for the future. Just not here, not after all them neighbors turned a blind eye towards my harpy of a mother. He reveals the scars on his back left by willow withies. You mention religion and he shrugs without a second thought. That can do whatever barring wicked spells. You make sure he means necromancy and blood magic. Right, all I want is a companion for the mornings and evenings, a woman with a kind soul, and if good winds allows us to be the mother of our children. Oh, this guy's perfect. I'm glad that they allow me to put words into a typeface. I'm ready to work for them till I faint. He flexes his muscles. I'd gauge my arm for that. Marina is a few years older, but much shorter, pale, with dark circles under her eyes. While she hopes to find a wife or a husband, she won't leave the village. I have a... Oh my god, there's so many. Right. I tell Paulus what I've heard about Timo from Howlers. He asks you a few additional questions, some of which are centered around Timo's face and figure with spoken embarrassment, then flashes you a white smile. Right, she sounds dreamy. If she's in, I'm in. Let me know what she thinks about me. What else can I look for? Mayor? A young basket weaver with legs too short and thin for her to stand on scoffs at your question. You don't even know her name. You don't even know her name, or what we call her, a head woman. Like all them outsiders, you know nothing of our customs. I would love to partake in the local customs. You think you can bother us? Before you respond, she looks at a white building on the hill. She's in the keep. Scat! Don't tell me to scat. You herd to the western bank and walk past the big kitchen. The steep path leads through an open, unguarded gate. As you look around the yard, you notice a few pigeons running around. The current state of this place makes you think of Havlaven, whose stronghold yards and temple walls are often surrounded by small peddlers, a few of which are even allowed to set up their stalls, as long as they don't hinder anyone else's tasks. I look at the keep. I climb up the stairs. Ooh, never encountered this. A Roadwarden is here, says the guard and approaches the desk, standing between you and the old woman sitting behind it. I take a closer look at her. So far, she hasn't spared you as much as a glance. She's writing on a large wax tablet with a stylus as large as a dagger, and since she's a bit stooped, you see her only from the chest up. She's wearing a thick, warm dress in the color of a cherry, and an even darker, modest hat that's covering her hair. She could be older than 70, yet her face and hands have been spared from scars harsher than some pockmarks carved by illnesses. Yada yada yada. So she can read. I glance at the young woman who sits in the corner. A crossbow is pointing at you. The resemblance between her and the elder is stunning, though she's slim and a bit taller, and wears a simple dark blue and black woolen tunic. While she's resting on a chair, she looks at you almost without blinking, with hardly any movement, like a cat staring at a rat, trying to judge if you're a defenseless prey or a threat. Don't kill me! I promise, I will not shit the bed. That's fascinating. Ignore the noises of things falling over. They are not to be of concern. However, I did find something that shouldn't be there. 1 second. Right. Sorry about that. Back to game. Nice to meet you, Severina. Came to see if your village needs any help from a Roadwarden. That is actually accurate. She raises her violet eyes, but only for a moment. Where do you think you are, outsider? Some lost tribe desperate for help from adventurers and vagabonds? Our village carries blood older than your city. It does, and we've endured hardships you couldn't imagine. Her accent is not as thick as that among the younger villagers, keeping a shadow of the years when the guild had tighter ties with the peninsula. But since she has no teeth, you have to think for a moment before you recognize some of her words. Better tell me what you want from my people in Scat. Her face shifts into indifference, and still holding her stylus, she once again bends over her tablet. Any thoughts about the necromancers in White Marshes? You almost jump away when the crossbow woman shifts her position, but she turns out to be uncomfortable with the way she's sitting. Severina smirks, but as she starts to speak, her voice grows worried. What happens in White Marshes is a sign of cowardice and weakness. I've seen my share of harsh years, and I sympathize, I do. We're tribes that had to feed their people with tree bark or decide which mother will eat enough to feed infants. But all them walking corpses will get out of the charms and murder of their masters. Like they always do, and instead of hunger and cold, they'll face the end of their souls. All we can do is keep ourselves safe. We try to ask a few more questions, but to no avail. We don't really travel there often, stranger. And some of the knowledge we gather on this place is for our years alone. Oh, of course. Well, of course you can't trust me to keep anything between us, because I'm literally a walking gossip monger. And a vagabond. A coward bully, cad and thief. Considering that the people of your village follow the right, I'm surprised you're not pressured into taking action against the undead of White Marshes. What do you think we ought to do? Encourage them by taking their land or startle their wild game? Maybe torch their roofs? She takes an awkwardly long pause, yet as you start to answer, she instantly cuts in. We've no plans to conquer or pillage their home, and while some of us would like to take matters into their own hands, I ain't risking our lives in battle with mere heretics. Without walls, we'll have nothing to keep us safe. I say nothing, expecting her to interrupt me again. She's fun. I never encountered this last time. Have you seen Asterion? I know who he is, but I've only spoken with him a few times. Oh. You mentioned that you doubt a Roadwarden would simply ignore a headwoman of such a large village, and she looks at the ceiling, chewing on her bottom lip. I don't know what you're trying to imply, she says with a tone that won't accept any discussion. I had as much in common with him as I have with you. I don't trust strangers with crucial tasks, and if a warden of any kind wants to demonstrate that they know what they're doing, I invite them to survive a year or two before they bark. Well, I only have 27 days, so unfortunately that is not on the table, fine. Fine, headwoman. There's something else that we need to discuss. We need to, do we now? Do you have any work for me? She runs her eyes over you, then frowns without as much as a hint of subtlety. Show me first that you're worth something. Work with our fishers. Find someone seeking a messenger. I don't need a stranger before autumn, when we'll trade for winter again. Right. Does the village face any struggles with bandits? She looks at her guard, then turns around. Have you noticed where we are? We're safe enough to fight a dragon, and if there are any bandits in our woods, they eat nothing barren timber and worms. Okay, fair enough. Tell me about the tunnel. Can tell. Oh yeah, Digger Luno. Can you tell me about Gale Rocks? Do I look like someone who would be interested in spending time as a guide or a telltale? Okay then. I return to the young people looking for a match. I'm looking for someone. Fisher. We're told that the fishers spend long hours at the beach in the north. They can be found in the village. Okay. And you can talk to the digger. Digger! I'd like to learn more about the tunnel that leads through the mountain. I was told that there is one who looks after the local construction works. She wants me to open the tunnel. Of course, I want to open the tunnel as well. Okay. I think that's all I could do for now. Journal. Matchmaker. The tribe of White Marshes seeks no spouses. Oh yeah, I can go to creeks now and see if they seek spouses there. And then I can sleep in Foggy Lake and continue my roundabout journey. Yes. We continue onwards. Yabbity hibbity hoobity ha, the road is wardening. Oh yeah, the thing. Oh yeah, this is the encounter with the first local of the creeks who's trying to hunt but fails miserably. How can I help? I care about fruits. It has a whole ibex to eat. There's no way. Maybe a cart of them. Try to look big and scared with big... Can I use Numa? Alright. Truly feels like an end of the realm. Right. The creeks. We've discovered the creeks. I look at the people. I nod to the group. We enter the village. I introduce myself. Hello, I am the Roadwarden. And you're Ella the carpenter. Oh yeah, this is the hoity-toity place. I'm Ella the carpenter. He takes a step toward the fruit trees and invites you to move forward. Like most men in the village, he's cleanly shaven. How about I show you the rest of the village, dear boy? It may be humble. It may be humble, but it's as beautiful as a blue starling. Sure. I swear, interrupts the hunter. I'm not carrying this ibex to the kitchen. Someone call the cooks. After dropping the carcass on the ground, he springs away, fretting at the blood on his hands. Let's take a stroll then, says Ella, as he leads you forward. Your mount can drink at the creek here. Come on, Kit Kat. She seems austere. Yeah, a bit of a fire hazard, I'm surprised the wrath of the herds hasn't smitten you yet. Nothing will smite us, friend. Kinda got lost in the accents there. The hunter counters, and the carpenter is eager to follow. I think the landscape blocking the path here was one of the first things our predecessors took care of, and it may be that the beasts don't realize how much of this place has changed, Schleifer. He tells you there's one more thing to see, and continues his tale as you walk away. From time to time, something reaches our territory. We feel safe among the bushes. But not so that we will send a child there. We have plans. So many lifetimes won't be enough to complete them. He says with a mix of melancholy and excitement, making Ephraim listen to his attention. I want to see a stone wall with a walk for archers, weapons made of copper, a tannery set of its own camp, so we are free of its stench. Farmers, fishers, sorcerers, herbalists. They're basically trying to build a new Hovlaven here, which is quite ambitious of them to do. Hopefully there won't be somebody to wipe out their flame of ambition. They return to the main square again. The words of a dreamer, dear boy. The hunter pats his companion's back. First, we need to learn how to feed our children. We lack strength and skill. Ephraim looks at you, but we have time. Yes. Yes, you do. Is Asterion around? Not an Asterion here. No Asterion here. What do you think about Ephraim? He doesn't trust me enough to tell me about his brother. Okay. I've heard about the bandits if they caused any troubles. He pretends that there are no bandits in the north. I need to gain his trust. This village isn't much older than you are. I pay attention. He looks at you with a sigh. I know folks go there to be safe, but what you describe, friend, sounds like a place darker than the heart of the woods. It's exactly that. This is the dunk all of the shade on Hovlaven run. Like to learn more about the peninsula, yes. Teach me about the peninsula. Heard you've had some issues with the Eastern Path. How can you know if I'll be honest with you? Where would you like me to start? Wouldn't it be better for you to put work into the Western Road? They can't be trusted, especially some of them. He crosses the western side of his map with a long, thin line. Even the paved routes would force merchants to add a day of pointless travel to their plans. And that's a big loss in their trade. Having our path clear gives everyone more options and more convenience. Yes. Foggies, boys. I'm named blah, blah, blah. Alright. We have a deal. Better stay away from until dusk foxes move out. I don't know what that is. You describe their looks, and they present a threat. Well, sounds not as dangerous as a tribe of goblins, but it may be better for us to hunt them down in spring. We may need your help then. For now, a single dragon bone will be fair pay for the news. Thank you. Right. I'm worried about those bandits. Oh, is that all that I needed to gain his trust on the matter? Okay, that was easy. I was wondering about Ephraim. Hibbity hibbity hoo. Hibbity hoo. Hibbity hee. About the Eastern Path. Anything else? I need a wooden lantern. It's too late for that. He glances at the nearest pile of planks. I should have some glue and leather to spare, but making a lantern would take me half a day, and I've got lots of things to do. Oh, right, I need to get back to Foggies. Right. Oh, so he can make me a lantern. That's nice. I approached the shallow creek. I won't get any cleaner here. Old Hover. Hello, Old Hover. How you do? Anything to say? Anything for sale? Ah. A spiced whole meal cooked with care. Okay. Looking for a place to sleep. Foggies would be the place to sleep. I'll think about it. Don't need no gosh dang earplugs. Maybe oh yeah, the matchmaking thing, yes. After a few minutes, you find yourself sitting at the table with Shoshi, a dark-haired 20-year-old who some call a woodcutter, others a singer. In both of these roles, her massive stature must be of help. When she walks, she either carries a large axe on her shoulders, or swings it around, towering over her tribesfolk like a chieftain from the tales of war. She admits she enjoys a friendly shag from time to time, but can't see a future for her in creeks. Enough of these friends lose their lives in the wilderness. I start seeing cats and gargoyles in every shadow. I'd rather have a few calm, safe years at the side of a pretty little woman whom I'll just see in my bed in the evenings. Oh, you know, friend. Not just her. She sets out a sonorous laughter. You mention that you don't know if she'll be able to keep her trade after moving away, and she strokes her axe with affection. Aye, I'd miss the woods, but who knows? My tribe can't be the only one that cuts trees around here, aye? You should ask her about her worldview, but she gets bored by the topic. We here. She looks around. Have no temples and priests, and I don't aim to become one. And tell her about Marina from Gale Rocks. Well, you find quiet to someone, friend. Right. So, let's see here. Journal. Where are we? Matchmaker. Right. Paulus from Gale Rocks seeks a new home and is willing to work hard and help his future wife. Okay, so Paulus will be matched made for Timo. Okay, so Paulus and Timo. Oh yeah. Slow life with a woman who lives in another village and is interested in keeping their relationship open. Now, I know these two are set in stone, but maybe there's somebody for Shoshi in the Howler's Dell, who knows? I guess I'll have to go and matchmake some more. Travel. Right, time to go to Foggy's before I succumb to doom and gloom. Right. Right. Enter the tavern. I sleep in the tavern. I would definitely benefit from a ritual. Oh, I can actually pay with rations? That's adorable. Wait. Yes, this is correct. This is what I want. Grant me peace through Numa. The sounds of rain wake you up briefly. Before you return to sleep, you think about your plans. Riding in the mud is difficult. Kit Kat will have a rough time, especially on the unpaved roads. Of course. It may be a good day to take a break at the inn. We don't take breaks! And go back to sleep. Sleep is important, kids. As we've established this stream. Listening to the grunts of annoyed Kit Kat is vexing. Most certainly. Oh yes, the iron scraps. I have those now, and I could sell them. Oh. Never mind, she doesn't want anything from me. That is very unfortunate. Do I buy food here? I don't think so. You want to restore health while sleeping or resting. Numa, yay. Numa, yay. I just realized that. Enough contemplations. Time to move. Bodingus. Oh yes. You know Tulia? Have travelers. What's your plan? How much do you pay? Hui hui bidi. Can't leave my horse behind. What's your plan? Long-headed man stares. What are you going to do with your catch? Is there a problem with supplies and creeks? What's the plan? Sounds really dangerous. You haggle for a bit. You'll get 8. What is this about? Bird hunting. I walk away. Oh. Two foragers have invited me to join them on their hunt. They wish for me to capture it alive. They want to leave sooner than on day 10, but should leave... Wait. They want to leave no sooner than on day 10, but should leave with them as early as I can someday before the afternoon while the bird is still around. Okay, so soon. Soon we'll get there. I won't be ready to start the hunt for 6 more days. Okay, I'll walk away. Travel. Down. The muddy road will slow me down, but I care not. Ride a bit closer. It's a shame to see it deteriorating. Consider washing myself in the stream. Won't get cleaner here. Half an hour I could cut down the bushes and twigs. Take a coin. I've taken a coin. I wonder if my karmic imbalance has been set. Right. Traveling. Moving forwards. Could try to forage for a bit. Could do. We picked 2 bunches of wild plants. Adorable. We move on. Ah, yes. I check on the cabin. Let's eavesdrop in first. Ooh, what can I do? I better grab my wand and use 3 Numa. You sneak towards the door and crouch down. After maybe a minute, a quiet rattle comes from the inside, something similar to the sound of cracking knuckles. You peek inside and just barely see a small part of a dusty room. A large spider web spread among the knocked-down furniture. I should leave. I'm going to quick save and see what happens here. Grab my magic wand. You unwrap the linen sheet and grab the willow wand, still as smooth as on the day you bought it. The pointy carved twig is thin but heavy from the injected quicksilver. I walk in and aim at anything that moves. What do I do? Big spider. I cast fireball. Not allowed. Magic. You aim with the wand while the spider skitters off, shaking the entire web. You release the invisible wave, but fail to avoid the creature's spit. The sticky ooze hits your eyes, covering them like a glued cloth. I remove it gently. I'm a dirty, disgusting creature. The thing turns out to be gray and white. Oh. The saliva clings tightly to your skin, but stretching it with your finger helps. The eyelids are the worst part, but you're grateful for your reflexes. At least you still have eyes. You get to see the light slowly, then the shapes. The thing turns out to be gray and white. You stand back up and look around. The room is covered with a thick layer of dust. Getting through the web could be risky. A single thread won't stop you, but a bunch of them could grapple you for good. I drag the spider carcass away, and I gather the webs. You notice maybe a dozen defenseless spiderlings. Trample them. On their death, they make a squish. I search the building. 2 quarrels. Oh, I can sell them for a single thingamajig. Right, okay, the cabin's been cleared. Rip spider. The gentle road goes uphill. Numa's very powerful. It allowed me to completely one-shot the thing. Like trying to cut through my path. Oh, a bunch of wolves. Maybe there's something I could use here. I don't have any Numa. I lack the Numa to cast a spell. I have nothing to fight them off with. I am riding east because west there is death. These are some stubborn wolves. Eudocia, my beloved! The road leads you downhill to the edge of a lake. The clearing around the dwelling is quiet, with no crickets, flies, or even roads. The grass is not even knee-high. I look for the entrance. I touch the gargoyle. What do you want? I'm not expecting anyone. The words are coming from the monster's mouth. I step closer. I'm Bo Dingus, the new Roadwarden. I'm Bodingus, the new Roadwarden. I hope you're having a splendifericious day. I must say, as a Roadwarden, I've seen some disgusting beasts, but you surely have the kindest voice of them all. I hope you're having a great day. I'm just gonna say, I'm the new Roadwarden. But I have a job for a traveler. You know who I am? Naturally! Enchantress. Eudocia. They're disturbing my work. It's in the middle of the day. I don't need to stay focused. Yada yada yada. Monster's eyes darken soon after you hear heavy steps. I try to relax. Alright, there we go. The gate opens violently and rebounds with a loud thud, almost closing again. The creature in front of you is made of floating rocks that appear to be connected. You've seen other golems in Havlaven endlessly helping with the bothersome tasks, but you've no idea what makes them move, right? I approach the sitting golem. I step closer. I greet ye. Without the distortion caused by the gargoyle, her strong voice isn't as disquieting. No surprise that it caught your eye. But don't disturb it. It's very much awoken. Will defend itself, or me if it comes to it. She's wearing a long, ragged robe, covered in stains. It used to be blue, but is now unevenly pale. She's barefoot, with skin covered with dust and dirt. Her dark hair was recently washed. But it's untidily spread on her shoulders, back, and chest. She wears no jewelry, belt, or buckles. I'm glad you have a moment to spare. I won't bother you for long. That sounds like something she'd like to hear. She looks at the ground and draws out her words. I sure hope not. I'm not interested in chatter. If you need to bother me, speak in the tongue of dragons and barter. I don't serve stew. I don't offer baths. If you come here, I better get off from it. I'm looking for a job. Bronze rods, thank you. What are they for? How much time do I have? She dusts before leaves turn yellow. Right, we have a deal. Anything interesting to sell? New trader unlocked. Well, I'm not a trader. I do the stuff people ask me about, and they're not for sale. She glances at the house, then toward a pocket at her hips. There is about one tool I'm willing to part with for 11 bones, but it's for spellcasters only. She reaches out to you. On her open palm, you see a flat, small pebble, bluish, but in no way unusual. You put it in your mouth and press it to your palate, no chewing. If you're a sorcerer, it'll restore your pneuma. Why a pebble? I'm not an alchemist. Back off. Okay, fair enough. I'll think about it. Is it because of the undead? Why? She scratches the ground with her foot, then points at her golem. I still need to do a bit of work with the sentinels, but I hope to offer one of them. Maybe in the spring I could replace 10, 20 humans. The villagers, not much food right now. It's very pragmatic of you. Right. Have you ever been to the shortcut? Only once. Any bandits? She's not willing to talk about the bandits. What's your story? She looks around. No what? I have some questions about your golems. Do they talk? How do you make one? Is it for sale? Don't monsters react to it? Let's change the topic. What's with the gargoyle? What can you tell me about enchanting? I'm looking for Astarion. He doesn't trust me enough to talk about Astarion. I want to learn more about the peninsula. Saw some words of your golems. I can't read. Neither can I. We're buddies in that regard. Right. A pebble filled with pneuma, useful for spellcasters. Spirit rock. Right, okay, so I've gotten the quests out of her. The abandoned watchtower. Oh, right, what time is it? It's 7 hours, that's pretty good, actually. Muddy roads slow you down. I bet they do. Travel. To the abandoned watchtower. Take a look at the signposts. Maybe something interesting among the spruce trees. Right. Continuing onwards. Not prepared to face a pack of goblins? Yes, I am. Kit Kat tries to turn around, but loyally follows your directions. Quick save. I scream at the pack, like a madman. I can't win, and I can't run away. I rush Kit Kat forward. Have to ride faster. We ride. Right. I managed to escape the goblin horde. Good for me. Ah, yes, the fallen tree. And consider washing myself in the river. Yes. Give me some washing. Bep, 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 bep. I think I know what happened here. It's impossible to tell what happened here. Ugh. What do you think happened to the tree? It was cut down to set up an ambush. It was attacked by highwaymen. Some valuable merchandise. They were taken north. And I'm absolutely certain. Now I can go away. Ah, here it is. The chapel. I light up a candle. I look for clues carefully. I look around. Symbol. Look for something else. Trapdoor. I open the trapdoor with a key. I look inside. I climb down. I walk inside. I take the box. This box belongs to someone. For now, I'm going to keep it. In one piece. Whoop. You found a locked box. And I will be able to... Made of timber. You can't open it without damaging the fiber cores. Right. Okay. I go outside. I travel. Back to the pelt. We've come full circle. Get off my horse and enter the inn. Any leftovers? Nope. Still don't have enough. do you have for sale? New trader unlocked. He has squirrels, box of soap, elk fur, an oak-based bomb that burns skin on longer contact. Ooh. Fascinating. Oh yeah, that gives me 2 instead of 1. Sleep. Definitely sleeping in a room would be valuable. I think I'm finally getting the hang of this game. I need to help him. Right, moving on. Any leftovers this time? Hell yeah, I am fully fed. And could free you from the iron and steel, but we don't have furnace to work with them. Let's say 6 coins. Deal. Thank you. I packed my things. I am now a rich, bountiful man. That's all I need. Approach the guards. I met Ian, he says hi. Foggy son. Oh yeah, fine, maybe. Delete. I fight to protect others. Looking for knowledge on wild creatures. Ooh. Never mind. As long as it involves somebody paying for it, I'm ready to listen. What do you want me to do? Make sure you looked around the entire village. Right, I'll return later. Oh yeah, let's do some gambling. Dang it. I feel like this game is like I have a 0% win rate. And I feel like this game is definitely trying to show me and tell me something with regards to that. Okay. I walk away. Right, so that's 1 rod placed. And I return to the circle, back to the dell. Probably would have been a good idea to go and do the thing with the druid, but oh well. We gossip for a bit. I enter the village. The stable master, I'm broke. I am absolutely broke. To Timo, the washwoman. I tell her about Paulus. Sounds like a worker, but make sure he will nae oppose the marriage rights. Alright. I must discuss more. Local priests, can I know why? I'm not a spy. Druids won't agree to see me. Ah, yes, to the tailor. Ooh. Let's talk about fancy clothes again. My Gambison needs some work. New trader unlocked. Tell me more about this spider silk. 'Tis silk made by spiders. You show her the wrapped stick, and without asking, she takes one of the shorter threads and starts to stretch it. Dragon rings are a better jacket. It's too worn to make a real difference in combat. I don't know. Hopefully being a wizard will help me not have armor, so I will take the coins for it. 10 coins! I am a rich man. Let's talk about fancy clothes. I still can't afford any of them, but I am a rich man. Oh, thanks. I had no idea spider silk was silk made by spiders. What a revelation. I mean, they're an experienced tailor. They know what they're talking about. Parts of the thread will be replaced by spider silk. Find your own silk to get a better price. No, I refuse. In 15 minutes, your clothes, your outfit needs no work. Right. Repair the gambeson. Thank you. Good luck, tailor. Who reveals to me such sweet wisdoms? Right. I proceed to the main square. Akakios. About the potion. I found this box. Takes the box from your hands and cuts the cords with a dagger. It's filled with rags wrapped around and it's like... With a grin, he picks up the bottle gently, jiggles it, weighs it in his hand, then puts it on the counter. Great! Now let's hope my little girl will get herself swallowed by a dragon. So, I said 5 rings. It's yours. He smiles and looks for the coins in a large pouch. Thanks, O bringer of good news. I take my reward. I am the richest I've ever been in this game. 18 dragon coin rings. Gold, money, satchel. Pheasants. Anything to plug my ears? Ah, the wax earplugs. Achieved. I bring goods to sell. Oh yes, I can sell all the rods if I want. I don't want to. What do you have for sale? Oh yes, I can actually buy a new axe. A valuable commodity of linen sheets or the wooden lantern. So many beautiful things that I could do. I refuse to do any of those things. Because I no longer have a need for any of these things. Nothing for now. Innkeeper. You have any food rations for me, innkeeper? Do I need food rations? Sort of, yes. Show me the rations. A set that will keep your teeth clean. A bath and a dinner. Food rations. Those are very good food rations. Teeth cleaning set. Do I truly need one? I'm rich enough to afford it. Apple tree. Thank you. Ask a guard for the mayor. I'd like to hang this rod. Oh, you let her weigh a rod in her hand. It's empty. What is it for? Lies, hardly any. Oh, actually... Oh, I have slight gambling experience now. That's interesting. Do I lie to her? I'm going to be a honest good boy. No. Okay. Well, the forest garden at the edge of the bogs is now mostly abandoned. That's all. She leans... Why are you here? What pushes somebody to becoming a Roadwarden? I just want to help people. If I can make this area safer, I'm going to do it. She waits, expecting that there is more to be said, then lets out a nervous chuckle. Forgive me, it's something I mostly hear from children, not travelers. She observes you with keen eyes, but after another few breaths, shrugs her doubts off. What else do you need? Can you tell me what this is? Thank you for your time. Right. Well, I did everything I am very numinated, nourished, and everything good. Journal. Oh yes. Oh yes, right. I can go to Old Pagos. I leave the square. Timo is waiting for me to speak with Paulus in Gale Rocks. Working for a coin? I can do it once, I guess. Slightly dirtier, time has passed, but overall, not a bad gambit, I'll be honest. Where do I need to go? This is where Old Pagos is, right? Should be. You cross a clean, shallow, yet wide creek. It runs south. You don't think of another time when you've seen such a clearing. The locals are surely ambitious. Facing it in a fight would end up badly. I return to the crossroads. Oh, right. Ugh. I forgot. The path is suddenly blocked by a pebbler. What about over here? I'm not afraid of getting tired. I'll get this done in half the time. I don't have enough time to do all that, I'm afraid. Oof. Oh, my appearance has been destroyed. Oh my god. Horrifying. Oh, right. Ugh. A waste of time. Oh well. Taylor! I need you, Taylor! Fix my clothing. Thank you, Taylor. You are delightful. Good luck, Taylor. Innkeeper. I desire sleep at your beautiful place of residence. I don't actually need health. But I do need the shower and so on. Full health, this is amazing. Sleeping in a room! As you prepare your belongings, you realize that days are getting noticeably shorter. The closer you get to autumn, the less time you'll have before the beasts of the nights leave their lairs. Uh-huh. Ugh. Check on the horse. Horse is important. Right. I leave the square. Let's see if I can go back to, what was it called? Old Pagos. If it craves that this place is there we go. It's not an easy task. Let's hope that the pebbler won't rear its ugly head again. Dismount Kit Kat. Something is wrong. I stay calm. Knock on the gate. Do you need help? I'm the new Roadwarden. There must be something I can do. I'm looking for a Astarion. What makes you think that? Okay. Any ideas who else would have such a key? I just realized I never got the key from... Did I not? You currently possess a key to a secret passage, a small iron key. Oh yeah, I do actually have that. Tell me about the illness. Why don't you harvest your crops? All the dialogue options. Oh yeah. I just clicked on the matchmaking one. As if the next question reached from We can't be sure in the next spring, even less our gates. Yeah, okay. I don't think old Pagos is looking for new matches to make with. She doesn't trust me enough to say anything more about the other villages. Okay, and then the monastery is over there, but I don't care for the monastery all that much. And slowly to the monastery. Look at them, they're monasterial. It took tremendous wealth and labor. Take a few firm hits. Monks. Put on my hood. I'm Bodingus. Anything you can tell me about old Pagos? Can you tell me about Asterion? Tell me about Gale Rocks. Anything noteworthy about the Iron? Have anything interesting about the path leading through the heart of the woods? Trying to learn more about the local bandits. Eudocia the Enchantress. Take that away. It's just a bronze rod. What do you think of White Marshes? Any thoughts on Orinthius? Let's return to my other questions. Would you like to barter? Bring you dragon bones? Tell me about your faith. Yeah, okay. See you later, monastery people. Right, where did I need to go? I need to go back to Gale Rocks and then to Creeks, so I need to do the whole circling shuffle. Yes. We ride. As you descend, you think of Ailey's reaction to the bronze rod. You could ignore him and take a few minutes to tie it to one of the ledges. Hell yeah. There we go, I continue my journey. Dunking on the monastery. Oh wait, I messed up just now, didn't I? Oh well. Yada yada, head to the fishers, that's fine. Have any work? What's in it for me? It's too late to join the fishers on their work. Are you sure it won't help with my skills? I could spend many hours on the roads, blah blah blah. Can you tell me about the Enchantress? Forgot to mention my payment. I don't have a spirit rock with me. Oh. I'll tell you when I have a spirit rock. See you later. I know where to get a spirit rock. Oh yes, I could get a spirit rock from the guy. I approach the pier. Right. I leave the pier. Back to Gale Rocks. And the days are approaching. Village head woman. Oh yeah, return to the young people for the match. Tell Marina. Does she pray? Tell her this, outsider. You can find love of soul and shell with me, and the new path free of empty cravings. You won't ever need to look back and regret it. Right. He responds with a smile and warm laughter. And that's all? Of course I agree. As long as she teaches me the pyre dances, or whatever it is they do, tell her I'll arrive with the spring thaw to meet her. Without anyone else, I suppose. He's the first to mention the compensation for your services. You're still helping Marina, right? We've already talked to our head woman. She agreed to reward your work once your matchmaking is done. Be sure to meet her then. Sweet. Right. Traveling on. I don't have enough time to do all the things that needed to be done. Village, plague, plague village, village bad, plague bad. Okay, fine, think. I'd like to get inside the watchtower standing at the eastern road. Alright. The gatekeeper. I walk away. Yeah, I guess I'll live with the fact that I have spent this day the way I've spent it. Too foggy. For another 4 days. But the big visions. That's great news. Right. Sleep. Oh yes, it only takes 1, so... Rent 2 rations. Oh yeah, I do actually have rations that I could use, so ultimately... This seems like a more ideal choice, so I'm going to sleep in the main hall and keep my ragged money. The rains once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy roads, and this is what the hardest difficulty has to entail, I suppose. Practicing how the pneuma flows through my shell. I'm a wizard, Harry. Bring me food. Spoke with Caius. I wonder why you decided to keep him around. I bring news. The bad news. Oh, I got a coin for my news that I bring that I news. Want me to do anything else? She doesn't trust me enough to give me another job. I have questions about the peninsula. Oh yeah. Old Pagos. Yada yada. The monastery. Oh. Monks? Nope. Guess I can't spell the word actually. Monastery. Nope. How do you spell a monastery? I did spell it that way. Monastery. Ah, there we go. Do I look like a pious woman to you? I guess not. Do you have anything of value? Nope. Time for me to go. The muddy roads will slow me down. Where do I... Oh yes, I need to go to the creeks and send my message to the creeks. Approach the shallow creek. Jump into the stream. I am washed and beautiful once again. To Soshi. I recall Marina's message. And I guess it's not meant to be. She shakes her head with disappointed. I'm glad you opened this chance for me, friend, but there are parts of me I'm not willing to change. Still, I'll make sure the tribe hears about your help. She suddenly raises her axe and shouts, "Hey, you!" She addresses one in particular, but her powerful voice makes everyone stop. "Bill Dingus did me a big favor, eh? Be nice." A few people smile or scoff, and my life goes on. And if you want to bring Marina my answer, she rests her chin at the top of her blade. Tell her think it over. I can make every day of yours sweet and light. You're ready to breathe fully, okay? Ella, carpenter, suffering from a plague. Somewhere high, bronze rods. Did you put up a bronze rod? Ah, yes. Well, my tribe calls you a fair soul. He smiles and wipes off the sweat of his forehead. We'll put it at the watchtower. There aren't that many birds that would steal something of this size. People say Asterion has spent a lot of time in your village. People, eh? Well, there's some truth to that, but Asterion isn't here, and we don't know where he is. He took our coins, but for fair labor. He moved wares to other settlements, patrolled the roads, escorted an old woman to a druid and back. Did you know that you can get good prices for iron at Howler's Dill, and even better at White Marshes? And seeing your look, he turns away and rests his elbow on his workbench. His plans are his own problem, but I've no reason to believe he wanted to be found, nor can I help you. I need to know. He said there's something of great value hidden in the wilderness, Roadwarden. A treasure, I think, and that treasure will change the North. He rubs his forearms, but there is still tension in his shell. He needed help. We couldn't give him. He told us to prepare for Glossia and her bandits to come for supplies. He paid for them up front, but she never came. Neither did he. Oh, they both got lost and murdered in the heart of the woods, it seems. When he sits down again, he doesn't look at you. I never saw him like that before. He was tired and worried, friend. His words lacked confidence. It may very well be that something caught him, but we weren't a part of this. Now please, let me be. Ella won't speak with me today. I feel like we have disturbed the man. The hunter. What do you think about Ella? He doesn't trust me enough to tell me about his brother. I plan to help the foragers with catching a big runner. Any tips on how to approach this? Why don't you help the foragers? What do you know about the road running through the heart of the forest? You're the only hunter around? Do hunters from Pelt of the North hinder your job? Tell me about those three. Hibbity. He purses his lips. Oh, well, I've none. Our village doesn't really trade. Let's try as, I'll tell you if I find anything. The missing hunters. Oh, right. I still need to find all three of them. Aren't all three of... Right. The farmer. I need supplies, farmer. I don't need supplies, farmer. I move on. Right. Journal. What is there to journalize? Right. Timo. Right. Marina seeking someone. Oh yeah, rights followers. Where do I get rights followers? Map. Journal. Map journal. Gale Rocks has rights followers. She is from Gale Rocks. What? I don't... My machinations and ruminations are... Well, I mean, they'd probably find somebody from the Dell. Right. What do I do now? I don't really have any purpose here. I could go into the heart of the forest, but that place is scary, and I don't like scary. 6 hours to travel back. Oh, I could do that, actually. Not a bad use of... Well, that is arguable. Could I potentially go back to Dell and then travel to White Marshes? Let's find out together. Bippity boopity, I am coming for you. We gossip for a bit. I enter the village. I'm broke. I'm definitely broke. Yep. Yep. The trader. What do you have for sale? Wait. Who? Oh. I messed up. And now I can quick load. Finally! Finally, I can use the quick load feature because Foggy is the one with the metal and iron, which actually makes this better, so I can go back to Foggy. Buy her iron scraps off of her. Get out of this place. Go to the peat fields. Yes. Valid situation. Where it won't be happy causing pain to his people, and Helvius neither. Unless the hunter was lying too. Do you know anything about Asterians? So what do you want? You're a client or do you share a goal? Do people claim that he and the tribe were planning something big? Do you deny it? He rolls his eyes, shrugging his arms and showing his empty palms, yet the nervous twitches of the creepers add little to his innocent demeanor. He and I traded a few times, but I didn't bed with him or offer him mint and stew. He said he may have a job for me in the woods, and I told him I don't need his bones anymore. When asked what he did need, Thyrsis purses his lips. I want things to change, is all. I'll wake up to awoken shells in the fogs and glossy as robbers threatening my family. All I want for this cursed land is to be normal. His yawn comes out of nowhere, but you then notice his dropped shoulders and heavy eyelids. That warden told me he's gonna take care of it. Where is he then? Well, not in my place, that's for sure. To prove a point. He raises one of his creepers and opens the door. You know, from where you're sitting, you see mostly the cold fireplace and darkness behind him. At a monster's lair. Stop treating me like an idiot, tell me what you know! Without looking away, I could ask an idiot for better prices. You're more of a fly that keeps buzzing in my ear. I've too many things to do. Before you mention that you doubt he's all that busy, he waves it off. Asterian asked me to help with various creatures and was heading for a journey. He said, needed bogey palms to scare animals away, even some weird ones. The harpies and sea monsters, but I have no such things. That kind of poison the sea. Right. What can you sell me? 3 connected bones meant to be used as a grappling hook. What can I use a grappling hook? Oh, the rocks. I'll buy it. Why not? I'm broke again. Let's say I were to help your people with the bandits and got rid of the undead. Would you return the favor? Let's grab. I'll follow you into a fog. Oh, so we're getting chummy with Thyrsis. Do I care who made me leave the walls? Arentians didn't want me there, but I didn't want to stay. To stop him now, you'd need a band. And I'll tear off your head sooner, I'll big threat to my tribe. You reach towards your blade, but the creepers remain idle. You're stepping into a treant's branch, seeing your frown, he continues. Their grasp gets tighter the more you move, you see. Why do you care about any of that? Let my people choose their path. Come on, Thyrsis. You know this is wrong. I've had enough people what they feel like a ruin. Are your wits that shallow? What I want's my tribe's safety, and undead's dangerous. That's why I argue with Arentius. But this is not meant to be not a thing to him. He scowls at you. What's your plan once you get to him? I want to learn what pushes him to do all this. He must have his reasons. He freezes as if... Ooh. Thank you for the follow, Gamer1109. He freezes as if he barely understands what you mean. This may be a good first step, but when he needs some persuading, and it won't be easy as you think. He gives you a warm look, then stands up slowly and looks at the clouds. Yo! Hello! Thank you for stopping by. He gives you a warm look, then stands up slowly and looks at the clouds. All I can do is find a way to let you into his house. And you will bow one chance if you can convince me you're to be trusted. He doesn't trust me enough to help me. Do I have anything that could convince you? Oh. I need his trust before I can offer him a bribe. Okay, fair enough. Right, okay, so he's the way I get to Orentius. I need you to open the path. Take the food. I must travel to the marshes. Can I help you? After she notices your arrival, yeah. Mostly patrol the roads. Adventurers. I'm an adventurer. Mercenaries. I don't occupy any specific spots. No, Pathfinders don't patrol the roads. I mean, you're close, but Rangers are meant to stay hidden. I'm impressed you know them all. There have been many Rangers or Pathfinders around here since the invasion. Neither of the Roadwardens, she shrugs and steps away, trying to silence the loud, oh no, I've run out of time. Oh wait, no, I can sleep here. This is a place where one can slumber. I ride through the gate. I should speak with Valens. Right, so is it worthwhile to be truthful and piss off everyone? Go speak with Valens. I know what's in the letter. I lie! And I get a coin. So I'll never know. I should have listened to Orentius. Just forget about him. He's shaking hands, offer you the reward, and you look at the nearest guard. He gives you a polite nod. Now about the tablet. Here you go. I don't want it. Take this. He pulls out a bone stylus that perfectly matches the colors of the tablet. Together they will buy you a few meals at a tray or a stall. Good luck, Warden. Alright, fair enough. Oh yeah, oh, I forgot the old bridge. Tell me. Would Helvius approve of this? Plague! Plague! Old Pagos is plagued! Beware! I seek hunters. Any hunters? Oh, Dahlia was here many days ago with questions on howlers and cats. Some dumb bet she told me. You don't see the Enchantress. Can't I just pay you? 5 bones. Oh, hell no. Tell me about the woman. A woman from your village asked me to bring her some lost savings from the east. I thought you should know about this. Takes a long pause, then tilts his axe. Tell me what she looks like. After a brief exchange, he gestures to one of the guards to approach him and then whispers something into his ear. I'll speak with her, he tells you. Nope, maybe another time. I have some wares to sell. Iron scraps for you. 8. Hell yeah, I sold them at a profit. Deal. I'll pay for 3. Do I even have a crossbow? A supply of arrows made for crossbows. A weapon that you do not possess. Yeah, here you go. Ah, he steps away. He doesn't trust me enough to let me see Orentius. Farewell. I sleep. Yes, this is good. Very good. Sleep. What awaits us in another night of Spooky's Jump Scare Village? The shivers wake you up, and you open the door slightly, letting the dense fog in. There are hardly any lights outside, and you don't even see the village's wall. The locals gather their awoken workers on the roads, and while a few of them meet your eyes, the others refuse to acknowledge your gaze. Fogs tend to get more in common late in the late summer, but the tribes of the Dragon Woods often see them as a bad sign. I allow the fog to touch my shell and fill it with pneuma. Yes, spirits of the condemned, fill me with magic! I notice Valens standing next to a shed. I say hi to him. He's moving small packages. His eyes are red from crying, but he greets you with a strong voice and a polite smile. This time, he's wearing a decent blue tunic. Back with us, Bodingus! It's been a long time since I saw some visiting our home as often as you do. It's not as bad here. I haven't seen the worst of it, he chuckles. Me, I'm looking after our grain and dried meat before fall comes, thanks to... He draws in the air and lowers his voice. Horrendous, his help. We've more food than in many years, but now we need to figure out what goes to our bellies, what back to the soil. May need some supplies. Ooh, he sells food. Sell 8 bunches. Oh, I could sell food to him. No. Farewell. About the rod. I will do the work. I shall work for you, my dear man. And I have been destroyed. I hardly pay any attention to the group. I just look for monsters. Ooh. We had a deal. He gives you a puzzled look and tries to retch himself away, but your strong grasp doesn't make it easy. Ooh. There are no trees inside, you dumb toad. He stops suddenly, and after a long pause, calls for an undead to come back. I'll find a tall building. And let him go and walk back to your bundles, where you quench your thirst. I require sustenance. Devour. Right, okay, well, I did all I needed to here, I think. The wetlands get dangerous an hour earlier. Okay. So, now what do we do? I need to go back to the Howler's Dill for the matchmaking. I can ask about for the missing hunters. Oh yes, and I need to go to the fallen tree to collect the spirit rock. Potios, a fisher from Gale Rocks, has asked me to travel to an enchantress who lives in the east and ask her for a spirit rock to help Phoebe, his spellless daughter. Oh. Wouldn't being attuned to Pneuma is a special thing, so if somebody who isn't attuned to Pneuma eats a spirit rock, they explode. That's a fun quest. I delivered the medicament to Akakius. I lied to Valens to save him from pain. Lies help, kids. Alright. So much information. Oh, right. Glossia's banned. The Creeks had no issues with the bandits, suffered from bandit attacks quite severely. People claims the bandits are not a big issue. Thane won't answer my question until I learn more about the raids from the northern villages. I have information from 3 villages. Surely that means that Theus will actually pay attention to me. Surely. Right. Closed tunnel. The eastern path. The spider is gone. I cleaned the statue. I encountered a fallen tree. I took a look at the dolmen. It's safe. I received dragon bones depending on what I accomplish. Yes. Yes, indeed. My inventory. Yes, look at me. I'm rich. I'm rich and fabulous. Oh, this playthrough is so much more efficient and succinct and powerful than the previous one. Right. I must travel to the ford and clean myself. I ride forward with a blazing torch. Nope. Well, that didn't help much. Okay. That was not what I intended. Oh. Unfortunate. Right, to the rock slide. Can I... Oh. What about my sick grappling hook? Grappling hooks were introduced to the 10 cities as a curiosity brought by the Corsairs during their pillages. The southern tribes used these tools during warfare as they're helpful for breaching walls and other defensive structures. The Corsairs have repurposed them, using them to catch riggings of opposing ships, to then board them. Such hooks never became popular across the provinces of the Dragonwoods, finding no use in the defense-oriented army. They were, however, put to good use by adventurers who used them to climb trees and rock faces, scavenge through the abandoned settlements, or get inside the protected building during a break-in. This specific hook is an example of the creativity that comes into play when there's not enough iron to make enough quality tools. Its 3 bones are naturally curved, and not unlike ribs, and tied together with a couple of steel wires. While you wouldn't use it to take down a ship, its low price compensates the poor quality. Okay, well, that was worthless. To the Dell. I need to get a bath and a shower. Head to the stables. I'm broke! I'm so broke. I have an answer. She shouts and jumps toward you, throwing her arms around your neck. And I had such an awful day, thank ye! With tears in her eyes, she steps away. Though your clothes and cheek are already covered with droplets of water. Of course, Nathan is said for sure. Her calm words are betrayed by her excited tone. I'll ask my uncle Akakios, to nae be so rabid when he swaps dragon bones with you. After a few minutes of her insisting that you have to come to the wedding, if it occurs, but nothing for sure, you must promise, but who knows? But you must be there. You leave her to her friends. Oh, what a delightful set of circumstances. I definitely feel like if I don't achieve anything with the necromancers, because it seems like I don't have the option to become the necromantic god that I've always prayed to be, that I could settle in at Howler's Dell. See you soon. I head to Bion, the tailor. Tailorize me! I demand your services. Your outfit needs no work. Okay, fair enough. Never mind. I'm not fancy enough for fancy clothes. Right, to the main square. Akakios. I bring goods to sell. 3 rings for it. Make a nice gift if I were to change the wax. I'm not that interested in getting the best price for it, so... What do you have for sale? Ooh. His prices have fluctuated. Nothing for now. The mayor! I bring news! The only place bothered by raids is White Marshes. The people from Gale Rocks and Creeks have faced no issues. She exhales and raises her open palms. So there's no reason to worry. The people of White Marshes are no friends of ours, and if Glossy is eager to bother with the poorest settlement in the north, especially one filled with Awoken, it must be personal for her. We have no reason to stand in the middle of it. She straightens up and adjusts her cape, then stares into your eyes. Her voice is solemn. As the mayor of Howler's Dell, I appreciate your concern, but I don't share your apprehension. The guards of our village will stay on our walls. Be sure to come see us soon. We would gladly share a lamb and tail with you. Very well. You surely don't avoid hard conversations, do you? Most city folk feel hesitant when they meet pagans. She smirks, but the hand clenched around her deer buckle makes you alert. Are you that open to strangers, or did the United Church loosen its grasp? I'm interested in who could take their place, the guild or artisans, the army? Soon after the war, I'm gonna say that it's a merchant's deal. The roads might turn wild, but the sea won't ever sate its hunger for ships. People who lost everything are more likely to risk it all. She still smiles, but her eyes are melancholic. When the world shakes, it's also time to change the old order. Maybe it's the only time. She doesn't trust me enough to give me a job. I bring sad news from old Pagos. Thank you for your time. Ooh, bully. Right. I require sleep. Delicious, delightful sleep. Glorious, beautiful sleep. Rent with my enchantments. And you spend the night in peace, in a clean bed, with a tightly shut window and a warm blanket. In the morning, you find a stool placed on your bed. Trader is not around. I will not wait for the trader. Right. Journal. Glossy is banned. Looks like the bandits have been especially harsh. Theus won't answer my question. I brought news to Theus, but she has decided to reject the invitation. I should return to the innkeeper. Yes, that is correct. There we go. Leave the square. I have no desire to offer services. Or do I? Might as well. Toss a coin to your Roadwarden. Oh, valley of plenty, oh, valley of plenty, oh, ho. Alright, I need to go explain the situation over here. Travel forward. This guy. I look around. Good day to you. Don't worry about my horse, I'll keep it away from your garden. Only worms too stupid to understand me would eat what's mine. You dismount and mention that your palfrey is no worm. But the man reprimands you with a thick accent. Let me see how else you speak. I can hear without magic, but I'll read your lips. He doesn't yell, but his voice reminds you of a combat instructor from the city. His face is wrinkled, but he sits straight, with beard and hair and yada yada. Binklebottom. He stares off across the garden beds, forcing you to wait in silence. The elder is tall, with long hair and a beard. Hello, Binklebottom. Let loose a long time ago, yada yada. I do my best not to smirk, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Your name, your trade, you're calling me Neth into the forest. I do not know what you expect to find here, but this is no place for strangers. I wait for him to look at me. It's a job. It's a reward for finding him. Manolis is right, and Astarion is dead. Ara's plan, such is the fate of all dreamers. Ugh. He turns towards you with a grim look. Are you going to look for him? Why, if he's vanished into the fogs, that's no point in putting yourself in danger. If he's dead, I want people to know about it. There's no reason why you need to know that. Yes. There's a playful glimpse in his eye, and you just want the truth for its own sake with nae gain behind it. His laughter is chilling. I heard he put his hands into many storms, which will nae end without him. I do not doubt his people will value the knowledge. He pauses for a moment and looks away. The peninsula could use some honesty. With lively steps, he heads towards the spring. He washes his hands and once again forcing you to wait. Old people need time to gather their thoughts. Ooh, speaking of, look at all these things that I can do. I bring news. Is there anything I can do? They may be right. Tell me more. Healing, so I need to offer magic. What must we do next? Tell me more about this seed. Do you have anything I could give to the altar? I have nae reason to believe your words. If you help these people, I admit I was wrong, but I will nae give you anything. They won't give me a job. He explained that you know about the nature of the rods, but he changes the topic to Dosia herself after a minute passes. More rods to place. No. Seems like the heart of the woods. What can you tell me about the druids? I want to know what happened to the village to the east. Can you tell me anything about the altar? Heard some bandits. Were they bothering you? How can you survive this place? Have you met Astarion? Well, that's that, traveler. If you want to know, look for his shell. Travel north, far north. People there should know where he is. Okay. Can you tell me about this place? I want to fix my mistake. Elder. Stinky boy. Alright, well, I guess he doesn't give me a rock because I failed the charisma check this time. But no matter. I do have enough healthiness to survive the dangers of the ruins, but at the same time, do I want to bother with that? I don't know if I do. I think the best order of business would be to go to the Pelt and then go to the secluded residence. I think I have enough time for both. Yes, I do. To the Pelt. Approach the guards. I'm looking for hunters. Sure. Let's throw some dice. I'm ready when you are. Oh! I actually succeeded for once! Let's see here. Character sheet. I have small gambling experience and it allowed me to obtain 3 dragon maggins. Looking for knowledge about wild creatures. Success! Yay! You know how it is. 10 dragon coins for sacred knowledge. I have a lot of money, but I'm not going to spend it on that. Right. Just a moment. Cutting your way. Want to help us out? I spoke with your boss and I kind of need a rider. Oh, right. This is the one for hiring a new guard. Right. Any tips? I'll tell you if I learn anything. Recruit a hunter. Yes. The armor. Okay. Delightful. Honestly, I think that's pretty good, so... for 1 hour... Sure, why not? I'm mad enough. Right. Leave the shed, enter the inn. Any leftovers? Nope. I bring news from Old Pegos, stricken by the plague. So about the band, they sent me to the other villages. The bandits are focused on White Marshes, so she's not interested in your deal. Without a word, he puts your payment on the counter, then glances at your nose. I appreciate that you've been so thorough. You've already done more than I've asked for. I still have the crossbow to sell, so let's say we'll lower its price just for ye. Keep up the good work. He walks towards the window, opens it, and looks outside. This feels so much more satisfying than the last playthrough. I genuinely feel like I'm actually doing things this time around. I'm destroying everything. Like, so many quests are being done. Like, let's see. Look at all that. And that's just in the first session. It's amazing. I was afraid it might be like that. Times will get rough, yet there may never be a threat large enough to unite this bunch of anarchists. He rests his hand on the windowsill. I have another job if you're interested. I'll pay you 10 coins for finding out what Glossia really wants. Ideally not by a direct question, but if there's no other way. So, Glossia's band's quest has evolved to Glossia's conversation. And better act before she marks you as our next prey. Being a lonely traveler, work with me, and I'll do my best to keep you safe if you ever decide to hide behind our walls. Any tips on how I can get on her good side, assuming that she's still alive? Show me your wares. Oh, wow. A high class for a valuable commodity. Food rations. A box of soap. I will take the soap. The soap is good. I'll take food rations. Oh, that is extremely handy. Okay, so food rations exclusively from Pelt of the North. You learn so many things about this game over the course of playing it. Right. I'm on it. Okay, so I did that. I'd like to ask about someone. Tell me about the Empress. The Empress is gone and she'll never be back. She's dead as shit. Eudocia. Oh, Eudocia's crazy. She lives in a lonely house all by herself, skinny and dirty like a corpse eater, surrounded by golems, never smiles, never cries, one of those. She never leaves her home, and if you see it from far away, it looks abandoned. A few times a year, people travel to her and trade barrels of food for magical items. I just realized that completing quests for this guy has allowed me to literally ask him about anything. I have unlocked the AMA option for Yosin, I think was his name. Yason. Or, yeah, it should be Yason. Yes. The man in charge of Pelt of the North. Right, let's change the topic. I think this is a excellent time to call it a day, so quick saving, and since we have reached the beautiful and fable 4-hour mark, we can call it a day, because that is my goal in terms of consistency. So 3 days, 4-hour streams, and I feel good about them. I think I'm handling them well enough. I'm not tired. And hopefully they are entertaining for you, my beautiful audience of scions. You are very welcome, and I'm very thankful for you stopping by and your continued support with your viewership. Right. Gaze upon my beautiful face. Yes. I'm glad you're feeling good about the stream lengths. Yes, very much so. I think it's decent, and it's basically the only frame of reference I have as a streamer who started streaming less than a month ago. Pretty good. And people seem to be happy so far, so I'll keep going. Yes. So you'll never guess who we're raiding now. It is an absolute and complete mystery. And by that I mean it's going to be Moose. Because Moose brings me comfort. And consistency. Lots and lots of beautiful consistency. So we shall head off there as soon as I type in the appropriate message necessary to accomplish such a goal. So there's that. There we go. I can change to this screen. There is the raid message. The beautiful raid message. Thank you so much for stopping by, everybody, and I shall see you tomorrow for Last Epoch. We shall be continuing our journey as a scary Reaper boy, girl, man, guy, dude thing that runs around and vomits on people, and that's going to be a whole lot of fun. Hopefully we'll be able to figure out what to do next after that. But for now, I bid thee farewell, and I shall see thee next time. Take care.